those guys came in after Brady had come in because they decided to balance the offense out and started to use more of the weapons. And, obviously, Stephon Diggs after the first, I think, eight games or so, 8 or 10 games. I mean, he was getting like 60 yards a game. I mean, there are no games over 100. And so I think looking at Buffalo in the way that I do, I don't necessarily think, I mean, getting another receiver, getting another weapon for Josh Allen is definitely something that you do. But I don't think in this draft that you have to give up the farm, give up your draft picks, and so on and so forth to do that. And I'm just going to bring in a guest right now. We got former Buffalo Bill and Arizona Cardinal linebacker, Mr. Mark Maddox. He's going to be joining us right now. So, Mr. Mark, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you doing tonight? Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, there
you are.
Oh my God. So I guess it's my fault that I didn't get on with you at 4:00 because I forgot to hit that little button that says enter studio.
That's okay. It's okay. Actually, I didn't get on at 4:00, Mark, because I got a business phone call right when I was about ready to go on the show. So, yeah, we're going to be joined by a bunch of the regular From the Couch folks in a little bit. But right now, Mark, I'd like to introduce you to Christina Arena.
Christina.
And she's from Rochester, Bills fan her whole life.
Nice.
Yes.
And
season ticket holder.
Season ticket holder.
Suffering season ticket holder. Yes.
Table jumper. No.
Nice. No.
And up in the top corner, Mark, we got Miss Allie Heisong. She is a podcaster, and she does a podcast for the Cleveland Browns. It is Here We Go Brownies. Met her a couple of years ago when me and my brother first started this, so we've been friends ever since. And
cool.
So we're trying to represent the NFL.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
So Mark, let me ask you about this draft, not just Buffalo, but just the draft in general.
Right?
Is it overhyped on quarterbacks? Underhyped? Do you think the talent is worth the talk?
Yeah, you know what? Today it's all about the recognition that these guys are getting, because back in the day it wasn't like that. It was just players being seen by scouts and and the GMs and stuff like that. You didn't have the social media. You didn't have any of that influence on these guys. So there's so much information that's out there that sometimes it can kind of, and it's sometimes guys, they're better in college than they are in the pros, and it happens, but I believe the hype of the quarterbacks is, it's good. I think some of these guys will live up to what they can actually do. But the part that gets me, that makes it so hard for some of these guys, is that they come in and they're expected to dominate because you're first round, first pick, second pick. So they want you to do all of that. And it's kind of hard for them. It's like the best situations that happen with some of these quarterbacks, there seems to be one team that has gotten it right, as far as developing a guy as a quarterback. And that's the Packers. The Packers, what they did throughout the career of a lot of their quarterbacks have always been, that guy has sat in 2 or at least 3 years before, starting. You look at Rodgers, you look at Jordan Love this year, he had to find himself, but he found himself, and the success that they have is so much greater than putting that pressure on these guys, because when that pressure is on them, it's one of those things that it can make or break them, I mean, they want to compete and they do the best that they can, but some of the guys, the game just doesn't come to them. You look at some of these younger guys, you look at the Jets with whoever, what was his name? That was with the Jets.
Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Before Rodgers got there, he's shoved in a situation and he doesn't have that time to develop. And, it can ruin your psyche,
Mhm.
And, is he going to get better? Can he get better? Yeah, I believe they can if they have that opportunity. But when they're just thrown in there, yeah, it's crazy.
And I was going to say, Mark, I think a lot of it, to your point, you're absolutely right. That's something that I've always preached is, some of these guys come in and they're not given a fair opportunity because they're forced to do something. But sometimes, and this is just my opinion, and I could be wrong, there are teams that are just genuinely, I don't want to say bad, but they don't develop their quarterback. They don't, and maybe it's the quarterback who doesn't try to develop himself. I mean, understand. Um, I'm talking from a Josh Allen point of view. I'm not trying to be a homer because this is the NFL draft, but Josh Allen came in, and Josh Allen had flaws. We all knew his flaws coming in, and they were very well documented. And he was a guy who went out, started working with Jordan Palmer, started working with the guys in the offseason to fix his flaws and do all that stuff. And, so you have the quarterbacks who take it upon themselves, and then the team notices that, and they bring in the guys who are good to work with. And then some of these organizations, the Bears, for example, I mean, Caleb Williams could be an elite talent, and you might never see it because he plays in Chicago. Now, that could change. It could be different. But historically speaking, we look at Chicago, and I think their leading passer all time for their entire franchise is a quarterback who played in 1964. I mean, that's how long it's been since they've really developed a quarterback. They're just a team known for their defense, and winning their games is basically that way. So, again, I look at that from the standpoint of player development within the organization. And some of those teams just don't have it. And to your point about Green Bay, I'll say this, and I'll let one of the ladies ask you a question. But Green Bay has had 3 quarterbacks in over 30 years. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and Jordan Love.
Yep.
And so, you've had your times where Favre got hurt or Rodgers got banged up and had to bring in the backup, but 3 starting quarterbacks the entire time. So it's just an incredible thing.
Yeah.
Ladies, go ahead. I don't mean to occupy this time. Ask questions.
No. I think another thing to consider there is also like just turnover, right? When you look at I'm going to talk about the Browns for a second because they're a team that has not been able to get the quarterback situation right, like my entire life. And not only is it because one, I don't think they've been good at evaluating the position over several different regimes, but also having an issue of instability. There are several different regimes. I mean, that's nearly half of the problem. If you're putting young quarterbacks into unstable and a lack of foundation, they're not going to succeed. So I think that's also a really big part of it is you have to just take a look at coaching staff, regimes, personnel, everything that goes into it.
Yeah. And what I'll say is you're absolutely correct. The hardest position for a team to draft and for a player to come in and dominate is the quarterback.
Yeah.
Because there is so much timing that's involved. There's, you're learning a new system that's involved. What a lot of people, kind of forget is that the difference between college level and pro level is so different. It's the speed of the game increases because in college you have, now it's the college game is getting a lot better, but you don't have everyone running. All your receivers aren't running 4.5s or 4.4s. Not everyone's running a 4.4 in college. Okay. On these teams and stuff like that. Your offensive linemen, you don't have offensive linemen when you're facing that defense, you don't have guys that are all running 4.7s, 4.8s attacking you. You can get away from that. But then all of a sudden you get to the pro, everyone is running that fast. The game speeds up so much more that you don't even realize it. Because I know for me, when I first went to Buffalo, now in college, I was fast. Okay. I ran a 4.5 on grass and I'm like, yeah, I'm fast. When I got to Buffalo and I see a guy, Cornelius Bennett, who is 3-4 inches taller than me and 20, 30 pounds heavier than me that can run just as faster than me. Yeah, I'm like, it's a whole different ball game, totally different. And so, and I think that's the thing that happens with the quarterbacks. That's that position that you have to be able to have a system in place that fits their style of play in order to be successful. You can't come and make them play into your style without that development. And I think that's what happens over the time is they need that development. And that's how they ended up going. You're right. He was a beast. But you can get a linebacker to come in and contribute in the first round that can come in and play because the game is still going to be the same for him. He doesn't have all those reads. He doesn't have all those adjustments. For your cornerbacks, especially these guys now and the way they're doing the draft, all these guys are coming in pretty comparable. But for a quarterback, everything changes because the whole game is just speeded up. I think it was Brady or Manning or something that said that after playing over and over and over and over, the game just slowed down for them because they knew what was going to happen. They knew what this person was going to do. They could see it. They didn't even have to. They just knew what was going to happen because the game had come to them at that point in time in their career that they just sit back there and they could pick teams apart because they knew what this guy was doing. They worked with this guy. They worked with this person. They worked with that. They seen this defense. They seen that defense. They seen all of those things, which like some people were talking about like backup quarterbacks. And I said, you can talk about a backup quarterback and say that they're not that good, but I can guarantee you if they weren't that good, they wouldn't be in the league because they can make every throw. They can make all of that. But because they don't get a chance to play and do everything, they end up, they don't look as good as your starter. But they can all make the throws and they can all play.
That reminds me of something my dad always used to tell me about baseball, but the same applies to the NFL. The worst player in the major leagues is still in the GD major leagues, man. Right?
Yes, sir.
Doing this show and being fans and being passionate and sometimes you let that fandom get to you. And, I think we've had these conversations where I would get so frustrated with Tremaine Edmonds. I think I've talked. I think I talked to you a couple times just about it. And as a fan, I think my frustration because there's just certain aspects when I watched his game where it would be like big hole, and your defensive lineman. And the running back has the big hole, and I'm going to be the linebacker, and I'm Tremaine, and I'm going to run into my own defensive lineman instead of running through the hole. But, again, I used to be hypercritical of these guys, and I talked to my brother about it, and I'm like, I got to stop because the problem is these athletes who play this game are the top 0.1% athletes in the world playing this game. And to just be in that conversation, to be one of those people, it is not my job to call them anything other than great athletes. I mean, you get mad at them, you're as a fan, you're like, do this and do that, but you got to respect them for exactly what they are. And so, that's just trying to take the fandom out of it and your emotion. And sometimes it gets the best of you.
Right. Hey, Allie, I know you may be wondering why am I wearing a referee's shirt? Is because I'm hoping that our team, instead of drafting some players, could draft some referees to give us some good calls throughout the season. And so, I think every team needs to draft a good referee for themselves so that, when it comes down to crunch time, they got that person in their pocket working with them.
Right.
Because
I like that strategy.
Because I can tell you, the officials this past year, some of the calls that they made, not only against the Bills, but some of the other calls in these games, I look and I just shake my head because
it's a real problem. I mean, officiating, and I never played football, obviously, but I grew up playing sports, and one philosophy that was kind of drilled into me by my parents, by my coaches was, you can't let the decision come down to one play or one call or anything. So I always try to not be too critical on officiating because I could not imagine doing it. However, there
Our-
is a very, very, very real officiating problem in the NFL. The one that comes to
There
mind
is.
is the Lions, Lions against the Cowboys. The whole, did Dan Skipper report? Did he not declare eligible? I don't know. Like, that was egregious. There's a very real problem in the NFL.
It is, and and they're judged because they're judged and graded to see who goes to the playoffs and who does the Super Bowl. The crews and stuff like that. And I think that's one of the things that's smart. So that way you get guys who are making better calls and stuff like that. And you know what? And I know I give them a hard time. And you're right. There's some stuff that you're just kind of like, I really don't see that. Like, why is that a penalty? But then that's not a penalty and stuff like that with some of these teams. And I'm just like, okay, that makes sense. But then you look at some of the stuff that they actually call in real time, like a guy toe tapping on a pass, and you're like, oh no, he was out, and the official said he was in, and they're watching that in real time. And when they slow that down as slow as they do, and they look at it and go, oh my God, he was in. It's like, how do they see that? So I give them a hard time, but they make so many more right calls than they do wrong calls that but still, it's just one of those things. It's so frustrating. Because like I told someone, it was a couple of years ago when the Bills had played the Rams at home, and the Bills were losing, and they were down on the end line, and it was fourth down, and they threw a pass, and the officials called pass interference. I'm a Bills fan. I was pissed because guess what? That wasn't pass interference. Yeah. That was a horrible, horrible call. Mm-hmm. And I said, but it was a makeup call because they called another call earlier against the Rams or against the Bills. And so now they call it against the Rams. I'm like, that didn't, that's the kind of stuff that frustrates me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the makeup call. I'm really not. Yeah. And, again, now this is what I would be interested to see personally. Now, Mark, I got to ask you as a linebacker, if you were playing today, how would you tackle?
But before we move on topics, can I just say one thing here?
Go right ahead.
Because I've known Mark a couple of years, and we spent a lot of time together, and I truly appreciate him as a friend. But all that excuse about drafting a referee and is BS. It's laundry day at his house, which is why he's wearing that shirt. So I just had to get that in there.
Listen, the truth shall set you free, right, Mark?
Yeah. Laundry days on the weekend, Bob.
But seriously though, with the advent of the hip drop tackle ban and all this other stuff, and making it, I mean, these games are going to be 60-point offensive games pretty soon, just the way they're going for the rules to benefit the offense. Would it surprise you if the NFLPA demanded that with all these new rules and implementing this, that they demanded the NFL hire the refs full time?
I don't know, but your first original was how would I tackle? One thing that I learned as a kid, as an early age. Hey, Christina's back. I thought I bored her.
No, Allie looks so beautiful with her makeup on. I was like, I got a standard here.
How dare
make myself look presentable. My husband just surprised me with a filet mignon dinner, so I'm a little droopy-eyed and
nice.
Coma, so nice. I was like,
I didn't know we were wearing makeup. I'll be right back. I gotta get my.
I better step up my game here.
Yeah, no. But the one thing for me, what I was taught as a linebacker, and I was pretty disciplined about it, but and I'm going to use this word, but don't take this word. It's an acronym. The word was TIT. Okay, tackle in torso.
Yep.
Okay, so my whole goal was always to put my face mask in their chest. Okay, so but I was real disciplined about it, where a lot of my tackles and my hits, my head was always up, not down, because Marv would always say, you have to be able to see what you're hitting. You put your head down, you can't see what you're hitting. So, I learned that in high school. I learned that in college. and it carried over into the league. And with having Marv and great coaches, that's what we were taught. You know, when a guy would put his head down, that's when you would, you know, you let them know, listen, you can't do that. But you had players who did it because they felt that they were more powerful that way.
Sure.
But, you know, but with the way things are going, it is hard. And, you know, the hip drop tackle, I mean, I understand it because you can't hit anyone anymore. You go in with your head, and if you make any helmet to helmet contact, you're getting a flag thrown at you. You know, it's making it harder. And that the reason that we're having these injuries is because you're not letting guys go out there and play.
Right.
You're trying to dictate what they can and what they can't do. It's like I told someone, I said, you got a big receiver coming across. You look at oh my God, what's his name? Yeah, Deebo Samuels, or who's the big kid from Seattle?
DK Metcalf.
Metcalf. You look at that fool running down the field and say he's coming across. He's coming across the middle. Your DBs and your safeties, if you're lucky, they're a little over 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got this beast running down the field, running an in route, and the ball is thrown kind of high. He has to jump up and get that ball. Now you're telling me as a player, I'm running to him to make a tackle, but oh crap, I can't hit him while he's in the air if the ball's not there because they're going to throw a penalty on me. And I can't do this. So when you slow down, what's going to happen? All his weight, all his momentum, and him going full speed, you're going to make a highlight film if he catches that ball and runs you over. You know, so you have to stop. And like, there's this saying that people always say this, and I'm like, yeah, no, that doesn't happen. Like, a guy doesn't play as hard at certain points in time like that. You can get a receiver who doesn't really block someone when they're on the outside, but when you get a receiver who doesn't block in a goal line situation or when everybody's up in tight and close, that's when you're going to get hurt. Because when you're not going full speed, you're going to get hurt. And that's one of the reasons we get a lot of these injuries to defensive guys, because they can't go full speed at certain things because they think they're going to get a penalty. And you can't play safe. It's a violent game. You know, it's controlled chaos. Mm-hmm. And when you have that happen, I mean, it sucks because these guys are now wondering or just, you know, slowing down, and that's not good. That's not good at all. And you're right. Look at the scoring compared to back in the day as compared to today. And the reason is because these guys can't hit anyone. These guys can't do anything. I have a hit where I hit Drew Bledsoe. They probably would have kicked me out of the league. You know, and it was a clean hit.
Sure.
But it didn't look clean, but it was a clean hit. But I would probably get kicked out of the league. I'd be Vontez Burfict, who is always getting in fights.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You mentioned my buddy Eric's favorite player because he ruined his favorite wide receiver, Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
I mean, he messed that boy up from here to Sunday. I'm sorry, but ever since Burfict hit Brown, he's never been the same since.
Yeah, and it's like you can't anymore. And it's like, you know, I understand the game for safety and stuff like that, but I mean, you were talking about hiring officials full time. I think the officials, they have enough where they're doing their jobs, and I think they're doing a good job. I'd say they're probably 90% of their calls are correct. You know, throughout the season, they might have 10%. If they had 100 calls, they might have made 10 bad calls. You know, but you got to watch. Look, each team's running close to 50, 60 plays a game.
Sure.
You know, and then your special teams. So, you know, I think they're doing a good job, and I don't think they have to be full-time. Being full-time could be nice for them. You know, it's not like the league is not making enough money to pay them, you know, because of stuff that's going on, or, you know, with all the contracts and everything that they have. I think it could work, but I just think that these teams or the new rules and certain things is, you know, it makes it harder for you as a defensive player to do your job when you're questioning what you're going to do. You have to lay up before a quarterback. Like everybody was complaining about the one time Josh last year looked like he was going to slide, and he didn't slide and kept running. And everybody's like, "Oh, that's wrong," blah blah blah. And I'm like, it is, because as a DB, I'm running at this guy full speed, and Josh isn't a small dude. He's bigger than all the DBs. He's running at this DB, and he looks like he's going to slide. And guess what? I now have to pull up, because if I hit him, 15 yards.
Yep.
Okay. But now, because I slow down and I don't keep following through, this fool keeps on running and scores a touchdown. So now, how do I look?
Exactly. No,
So it's like you're taking the game away from the defense.
Anybody else want to bring anything up? Anybody got any other thoughts or opinions about, anything pre-draft, or anybody got any questions about the draft? Anything you guys want to talk about or ask about? Because I'll ask a question to Allie. I'll ask you first.
No, it's Christina. Christina has a question. She didn't get a chance to ask her
Christina has a question. Christina, ask
Allie,
away.
you gotta wait.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
taking
sorry.
over the show, Dave.
I'm still trying to get out of my
Come on, filet mignon.
steak zone. Yeah, so what are the, I mean, I know I was trying to explain this to Mike, today, because he's a baseball guy, so he hasn't really been paying attention. So the Bills got rid of all these guys, and we have how many draft picks? Like what, 10?
10.
But most of them are after the 4th round. They're late. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, unless we get some real unicorns, then we're kind of just trying to build up the depth chart. Or are we really filling in like major Trey White holes?
I think with free agency, they tried to pick up some guys. We lost some guys. I know our biggest loss on the defense was Floyd, which, I mean, I understand how the salary cap and all the money and everything affects everything. So
I was hoping they would keep him.
yeah. Oh yeah. He should have stayed. They should have definitely renewed, got him back involved. But they have a plan. The GM always has a plan, and they will try to find player specific to fit the need, that the team needs and stuff like that. And, and after the draft, they'll look to bring in, more people for the spots that they need, because they're hoping you got to find those guys in the late rounds who can contribute, and can make make an impact on your team. And I think because of, the players that we lost, I think we have some areas that we do need to fill. Don't get me wrong, especially defense with our safeties and stuff like that, because I think we got 4 safeties on the roster or something like that. And DeMar Hamlin is one. Mm-hmm. And I don't,
He's a feel-good story.
Yeah. And I don't think his play is warranted that he's going to be successful. Yeah. And I mean, no, that not trying to be mean or anything like that, but he wouldn't have made the team last year because I don't think he performed well. I don't think he, contributed in a way where it made an impact. Just like Von Miller didn't make an impact last year. I would have said, can we give your contract to Floyd and you take Floyd, but they can't do that, of course. But I think we'll be all right. We'll be successful. It's just a matter of getting, just finding some pieces to fit in with what we already have.
Yeah, I think the names that left were actually exceed what the talent actually is.
Yeah. I think they were kind of some of them were run a real downward slope. Yeah. You're dealing with some people who are a little long in the tooth, and I truly believe that this lineup still has pretty solid depth, and probably I don't think we're in a rebuild. If Eric was asking,
man for man, we're still, I think, in the top 5 or 6 teams in the league from a talent standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think what happens, and Allie, I'm gonna let you talk in a second because you've been sitting there nice and quiet, and I know you got stuff to say.
And your makeup looks nice,
according to Christina and Eric. Eric said you look nice for a Browns fan. So Eric is one of our hosts on our show, and he's a resident Steelers fan. And if you ever listen to or if you're ever able to read our private chat messages, him and my brother Jeff, they go at it like an old married couple, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the one thing, like I'll say, and I agree with you 100%, Bob. The names that were released were, oh my God, you guys let go Tre'Davious White. You let go this guy. Okay, well, Poyer was slowing down. Not that he's not good, but he was getting slow.
He was. I've been saying for a while, I've never seen anybody actively regress the way he has. I mean, there were so many times he would almost catch the ball, and like years before that, he would have caught the ball.
Right, exactly. And just I just think, and I look at Poyer, especially, and maybe it was because when Hyde was hurt, Poyer was trying to make up for the lack of his partner. So he was trying to maybe do a little too much, which made him look sometimes a little out of position. So, maybe that's just my judgment or my view. But, a Tre'Davious White, I love the guy. I wish he could have been a Bill for life. But coming off an ACL and an Achilles and the amount of money you were going to have to pay him, it made fiscal sense, and it was a shame and it was unfortunate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone. He wouldn't have been gone. So
that's what I would call a business decision.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, Allie, I'm going to let you speak now. So Dave's shutting up.
Oh, no, it's all good. But no, I think I did see a question here, and I think it was asked for Christina here in the comments about if the Bills are in a rebuild, and I don't think so, right? I mean, when we just did our power rankings on my podcast a couple of weeks ago, and we did NFC, we did AFC, and then we did like full power rankings. And I mean, truthfully, when you look at the talent, you look at the team, there's not a lot missing. Sure, you've moved on from some guys, but Bob, as you mentioned, it's the names, not necessarily the talent. And you look at the draft picks you've gotten this like tonight, or you've got 28 overall, and then a lot of day 2, day 3 kind of things. But that's where you build the depth, and that's where you get better. And if I take a look at the Cleveland Browns, for example, there's not a lot of holes on the roster. Yes, they need more talent, but there's not a lot of holes. And I think you could say the same thing for the Bills. It's about building depth and being able to have the ability to draft best player available. So I just want to kind of turn it over to you guys. Like, what are we looking at here? You got a first round pick, number 28 overall. Who's intriguing to everybody?
Oh, wow. Well, listen, if it's me and if I'm Buffalo and I don't believe all the rumors that are on X and all these places, and I'm staying at 28, I would look at a guy. If wide receiver was my focus, I would look at a guy like Xavier Worthy or Xavier Legette. I would love to get Legette. I think he's a thick, fast running wide receiver. I'm truth be told, I don't watch college football, just so my brother doesn't come on here in a little bit and say he doesn't know anything about football. But I do watch, and I watch YouTube highlights of these guys, and I see them play. And just with Legette's lower body strength and explosiveness, when you see him off the ball and you see his speed and what he can do in the open field, I would love to see if Buffalo stays there. I would love to see that. But if Buffalo moves up in the draft, I would probably do it to say that I guess they would probably target a Brian Thomas Jr. If they were going to move up to get a wide receiver. I think it would be too cost prohibitive to move to like Chicago and get a Roman Duze, as much as people might like that. But I do believe a Brian Thomas Jr. is a attainable goal if they so desire to do so.
Hold on, someone has to say hi.
Oh,
here, come on, say it.
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
Hi, Bella.
Okay, come say hi to Bob. My kids love Bob more than they love me.
Yeah.
What's
hi to
happening,
Bob.
Corbin?
Hi, Bob.
He said hi.
You guys being good?
No, they're not. Okay, go.
So what are you thinking, Bob? Where do you think we go?
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to depend upon how things play out in front of us a little bit here.
Sure.
There's probably 30 different flow charts built out in the war room there, kind of with what if scenarios, and everybody's on, ready to dial away, but I kind of think they're going to sit tight. And I think there's a lot of receiver depth and a lot of offensive line depth in this draft, and we could use either of those.
Yeah. My thought is, if they have someone that they're really favoring, because I know our top two needs are safety and receiver and safety. If they have a receiver that they'd like to see fall, then they might move up to get that person. If that person's not gone by a certain time, they might try to wheel and deal. But if not, and they stay where they are, just, whatever best available between the receiver and the safety, that's what they should take. That's what they should do, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, no. Christina, where are you looking at Buffalo going?
Probably wide receiver, DB of some sort. Probably wide receiver. Like I said, I know it's unpopular opinion. I think we should go DB before receiver.
Those are the top two needs. That's what they really need. They need Allie, if you're going to leave, you need to know. Don't you want to hear my draft day story?
I want to hear it all.
Oh
and
God.
Don't forget that T. Higgins is looking to get out of Cincinnati now too.
Yeah.
I think that's on the table tonight at some point potentially.
Yeah, they can do some mealing and dealing. All right, here's my draft day story.
I'm sorry, is Dave a dragon? What was that?
Huh?
What?
A dragon?
Is he a dragon?
Where?
I just saw like smoke coming out of his nose.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
Okay, never mind.
I'm just really hot. Somebody said they like my makeup, so I'm hot.
So when I went to a small school, a lot of people know that. Well, don't really know that, but I went to a small school called Northern Michigan University up in the UP, where it's God's country up there. You think you get snow in Buffalo, in that area, or in Cleveland. When you go up to Marquette, Michigan, and the average snowfall per year is 240 inches of snow a year. Yeah. So I'm up in this little small town, and I was looked at by the Packers. And then my coach, Coach Buck Nystrom, had called a guy he knew named Dave Smith and said, "Dave, I need you to come look at this kid." And Dave says, "Okay." He goes, he comes up there. He looks at me. He looks at film. He's kind of excited about it. So next thing you know, they send their linebacker coach up. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they test me and we run and do all of that stuff. And that's good. And at that point in time, our director of player personnel our GM was John Butler. And John Butler comes up there. And, and for me, I'm like, I'm a small kid from a Division II school. I'll be lucky to get a walk-on, as a free agent. That's what I was hoping for. And so John Butler comes up there, big grumpy man. He reminded me of my dad, but he was just a great guy. And so he's talking to me. He goes, "Do you want to come to Buffalo?" And I'm like, okay, yeah. He's like, "No, do you want to come? Yes or no?" And I'm like, yes. And so he gets me in for physical and stuff like that. And so I know, being at a Division II school, the dreams of getting drafted there. I didn't go to the combine or anything like that. And, that first day comes, I'm like, I'm going to watch, but you have that little thing in the back of your mind. Oh, it would be so nice to get picked up. Oh, it would be so nice. But, oh, well. So that Saturday goes, the Sunday goes, Monday, I had classes, so I have physics. I take a physics test. We had a physics test that week, and all of a sudden I go by my friend's house, and of course we don't have social media, we don't have cell phones back then, and all of this crap. I'm at my friend's house, and so my roommate calls and says, "Is Mark there?" And she goes, "Yeah." She goes, "Tell him to get home now. He has to call this guy John And so I run home and call, and John Butler says, "You want to be a Bill?" I'm like, "Yes." He goes, "You're a Bill." And so that was my story.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah. It wasn't in the first round or second round or
Hey,
third round.
it don't matter what round, it's what you make of your career, my
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah. It was in the 9th round, and I got 10 years. So,
Hey, Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, right?
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
So I have a question about this story. There's one little hole in it that I
Oh,
filled in.
no. Was it laundry day? No.
No. So why did you have to run home to make that call? Did your friend not have a phone?
No,
Or
that's where the number was, and she didn't give it to me.
Oh, okay.
No, Bob. Actually, living up there, he had to go and get the homing pigeon that had the note from John Butler that said, "Do you want to be a Bill?" And he had to write it and send it back.
Yeah.
But you also got to remember going back that far that you couldn't call anybody long distance until after 8 o'clock. Otherwise, your mom would smack you upside the head.
Oh yeah. Yes.
But yeah, no, it was a great, for me, it was a great experience, especially
absolutely.
being at a Division II school, not thinking you would get an opportunity to play, and then just getting picked up in general. And one person that was the year that Michael Stonebreaker came out of school, that great linebacker from Notre Dame.
Yep.
And I think he was picked up probably 5 or 6 picks before me, or he was earlier in the 9th round. And so I was fortunate, I was like, at least I went when he went, and he didn't even play as long as I did. So
breaking news, folks. Breaking news. AJ Brown just got paid. So good for him. Gonna set the wide receiver markets, and now maybe move some of these guys like Higgins either to have extensions or traded or whatnot. So,
yep, 3 years, $96 million. That includes $84 million guaranteed.
wow,
man, I wish we could have got stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wish I was playing now. I wish I was in high school. I think I can get an NIL deal.
You know what's crazy? You were talking about DK Metcalf earlier. Him and AJ Brown were on the same team in college. That's scary.
I don't mean to interrupt you guys. I'm going to let Allie speak before she has to take off.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for having me. Appreciate it. But I gotta go get dogs and everything. So I appreciate everybody for having me, and hopefully we have a drama-filled draft night. So thanks everybody for having me. Appreciate it.
And everybody say congratulations. Allie's engaged. She got engaged a couple months ago, so she's
I did. Thank you.
Don't do it. I'm just telling you.
We're excited. We get married in November, so it's a crazy year.
Congratulations.
I do officiate weddings also.
Oh, good to know. Keep that in the back pocket.
All righty, sir.
Everybody.
All right, thank
you.
you.
Allie, you take care. It was nice seeing you.
Well, thanks.
And now we got Eric, our resident Pittsburgh Steeler and Buffalo Bills hater. No, he's not a Bills hater. He just likes to argue about him and my brother like to argue back and forth. What's happening, Eric?
Not a whole lot. Mark, I'm not a Bills hater. I'm a realist. And so ideally my theory of, hey, the core didn't work, so it takes time to build a new core. We don't like to hear that. We like to hear, hey, we're going to win right now.
Yeah.
And, so ideally you could have addition by subtraction, because maybe the locker room chemistry didn't work out with Diggs, and maybe Josh needs this to grow.
Maybe it was the coaching.
Maybe it's the coaching, but you only get rid of the coaching if you have a bad year, right? So if you're 10-6 or 10-7 again.
Now, before the draft starts, and now that you brought up that, I wasn't going to even bring it up, but you brought up the locker room. So, Mark.
Yes.
You are a former NFL player, and you've been in a locker room. How does the locker room work? And do you think Stefon Diggs was a locker room problem?
I would have to be there to really comment on it, but I think, and if you talk about the locker room, I take it from the locker room to the field, because all of that transpires throughout the week and stuff like that. what the players do in the locker room and what they do on the field. You're not, I know when I was there, we had our guys and everybody had their routine. Everybody was, a little bit different with the things that they did, how they responded. But I don't think, because the team, they vote for the captains. The coaches don't do that. And if he was a locker room problem, I don't think he would have been voted as a captain. Right. That's just in my opinion. But when I watch just him in general, his passion for the game and stuff like that, I don't think that there was as big of an issue as people said. But like I said, I'm not there. So all the stuff that we hear is assumptions. If you have Josh saying that he was a problem, if you had Dawkins saying that he was a problem, Morris, you had any one of those guys talking about him being a problem, then I would have had more concern about it. And guys are really, really good about, keeping in-house things in-house. But if there are issues, they have ways of saying that there's issues. But when you look at the communication and you just look at how they interacted and responded with each other, I really didn't see that, because when you have animosity against another player or something like that, you can kind of see it. Somewhere it will develop, it will show, and things like that. Because, I've like I said, I've been fortunate. I've only been with 2 teams and 7 years with one and then 3 with the other. And we never had, when we did have player issues, because we had, I think it was it Simeon Rice that was having some issues with management and stuff like that. And I think it was documented. I don't remember if it was him or not, but the one thing that never changed was the way the players, felt about things. Because, back then you look at, like you were just saying, that AJ Brown got 3 years, $96 million with 84 guaranteed, and you got guys back then trying to get contracts and get everything built up, that they weren't able to, if they got a 3-year, $96 million contract, there was nothing guaranteed except for the signing bonus that they got. That was it. And if that signing bonus was $8 or $9 million, the contract was definitely going to be backloaded with 60, 70 coming the last year, and the guys never would get it. So I just, like I said, as far as Diggs, I don't really, I didn't really sense with the way he reacted and the way he was committed to the team, that there was a serious issue. But like I said, I'm not in the locker room, and I didn't hear anything.
I could see him being frustrated with management. I could see him being frustrated with not getting what he would deem the proper help offensively. Maybe, he redid his contract, signed the contract extension last year, freed up salary cap money, thinking that because we all heard the rumblings that Buffalo was in on DeAndre Hopkins or Derrick Henry. There were rumblings about all these things. And then with that money that they freed up, they went out and signed Lloyd. And not that was a bad signing from a defensive side, but when a receiver on a team that is driven by that the driver of your team is your quarterback, and you didn't give him what some players might say is another weapon to take pressure off of, your number one.
Well, I'm going to stop you right there. That's even if he felt that way, he's wrong, because that's not what they need. What they need is they need a coach to put them in the right position to be successful. Plain and simple. And I mean, I'm a firm believer in that. If you know they're going to double Diggs, then you get other people open and you get them the ball, or you run routes to get him open, and things like that. I'm a firm believer in that. Like I told Bob knows this, and with our offensive linemen from last year and the year before, our offensive linemen aren't base blockers. They're not power off the ball blockers. Those are guys that are good. They have great feet. They are good in space. So when you got teams that are offensive linemen and are good in space, you make them move. You put them on the move. You run counters. You run powers. You run sweeps. You run at people, and you get those big bodies moving. And when Brady came in, that's exactly what he did, and that running game just flourished.
Right.
Okay. And so and Bob knows this. I'm like, when we see some of the routes that they're running, I'm like, you're not doing anything to get him open. You know, coaches put you in a position to be successful, plain and simple. Okay. When you run a blitz because you know that the probability of this person being successful is so much higher. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if it doesn't work, then you figure out how to make it work. That's why they watch so much game film. That's why they do so much study. That's why coaches are there till midnight, if not 1, 2 in the morning, trying to figure out what is the best possible scenario. You have to you have to know your player's strengths, know your player weaknesses. Okay. And when you know that, you design your offense and defense. You get players who can come in and can fill those needs to be successful. And so if you got an offensive lineman, like, I'll tell you who improved the most last year, Spencer Brown.
Yep.
Because in the beginning, he sucked.
Yep.
He couldn't block air. Okay. And that's bad. And I don't want to talk about him because he's a professional athlete, but he was not successful. When you have to have guys help him, teams see this and they can scheme and make it worse for you. So, I mean, all those things will affect your team and what they do. Affect your passes to Diggs because Brown can't block. Now we know we can send 2 people on that side, and Josh is not going to have enough time.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Yep. And so, you know, and so I'm like, those are the kind of things that just, you know, it comes down to coaching. Even though they didn't use the money the way he thought they would, he shouldn't have taken a deal because he can't stipulate how they're going to reduce or what they're going to do with the money.
Sure.
Does Josh need help? Did they need help offensively? Nah, maybe not. But the team that they had last year with all the players and not picking up anyone, coaching should have put them in a situation to be successful. The reason we lost the playoff game to Cleveland, coaching. Yep. Okay. Defensively, we play zone, and you can't play zone in weather like that because you're always going to be a step behind. You're going to be 1, 2, 3 steps behind. Other teams are going to be successful. And when you know, so I blame that coaching. I don't blame that on the players because like I said, coaches put you in a position to be successful. Exactly. When I coached high school football, my kids, and I ran the defense, my kids on defense, they knew if I called a blitz, they knew they were going to be open. They knew they needed to make a play.
Right.
And that's exactly what we did. But I put my kids in a position to be successful.
Right.
And you know, and to do that, like our offensive coach, he had to do what he had to do based on what he's seen defensively.
Sure. Yep. No, I hear you. Hey, Jeffrey, how you doing? That's Jeff, my brother Jeff up there. How you doing?
I'm doing outstanding. You guys are all awesome. I appreciate the commentary while I was listening to you doing other stuff. It was great conversation. Love to hear it. How y'all doing?
Good,
sir.
Good.
Doing good.
Bikes.
Bikes.
Yeah, sorry.
Jeff is here to hold my pocket.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Hey, I got a question for the group. I know we've been talking a lot about the Bills, but
yeah,
I think the big story tonight and a lot of the focus is going to be on the Bears with 2 top 10 picks.
Oh yeah.
So do these 2 top 10 picks make them a competitor next year?
No.
I don't think so. I mean,
No.
they've done a lot of stuff offensively in free agency. And again, to me, like it's to Mark's comment about the coaching. Historically bad. I think I believe that Mark Eberflus should have been fired. I believe when you change your regime and you change the direction that you're going to go in with a new quarterback and a new philosophy, that the philosophy should be cleaned out from the top, and then the players come in to fill what that coach. Because to me, drafting Caleb Williams, you're setting a Mark Eberflus up to fail. Because if he doesn't succeed, the Bears are going to fire him, and then Caleb Williams is going to be placed in a position where he's going to be in a new coaching staff, which is going to add another year to his development, and you're going to put him behind the 8 ball. And that's what I said when it happened.
So, Dave, I'm gonna go on a different angle, and I'm not gonna say they're gonna compete anyway. I mean, they have
to play the Packers twice, so that's already 2 losses. So let's go, keep going.
And I'm interested in see. I mean, because the Packers, I want to see if Jordan Love does it again, right? I mean, again, I was really surprised last year. Like I'm telling you, I was down on the Packers, and Jay Starrett's watching, and I know he's a huge Packers fan, and I talk like cash. I mean, they were crushed last year. If you were listening to me, Green Bay might as well have just wrapped it up in week 1 and not played the rest of the year, right? Because this is a god awful team. Jordan Love is not the answer, but he surprised me, as a couple of players really surprised me last year. But I guess from a Chicago perspective specifically, right? I look at what they've done in free agency, and look, I will stand on this hill until it's proven otherwise. Like Justin Fields is not the answer. I don't think I think Justin Fields is a hell of an athlete. I think he's going to be he's okay, right? But as a quarterback, I don't think Justin Fields is the guy. No. So when I say that, I look at how they built an offense this year. Now the answer really lies in this. They brought in a defense last year, but neither one was in sync because their offense was god awful. Now, if Caleb Williams, and this is where the big if is, right? I think right off the bat, Caleb Williams is better than Justin Fields personally. I don't think Caleb Williams is the answer. If I'm going number 1, I'm taking Jalen Daniels personally. But at the end of the day, if Caleb Williams is as advertised, Chicago should be a very sound team. Now, competitive for a championship, I don't think they're there, but you got to remember with the 2nd and 8th or 1st and 8th pick overall, depending on what they do with that 8th, I think they're going to move on from that 8th pick and get some capital of it anyway. But if they were to keep it, their defensive line is nice. Their linebacking core is good. They could probably
they got Edmonds, so I'm not too impressed.
I know. We had this conversation last week, Mark. I know.
Wait, let me tell you something. I was watching. This is what's so crazy about it. I was watching a game, the Bears play, right? And it was like the 4th quarter or something like that. And I think Tremaine had finally made a play and they said his name. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot he was even there. That's how irrelevant he was in that game to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but that it's really funny, Mark. And I remember the conversation with you and David last year, because I know David is a huge, like he knocks Edmonds all the time, and it's fine. And I'm not a huge Edmonds fan. But throughout the course of the year, he improved, as did Spencer, right, Brown. He improved throughout the system. He improved throughout the years. Statistically, he led the team in tackles, which he should as the linebacker. But I think that they've built a pretty decent defense around him. And then when you look at the offensive weapons they actually have now, if Caleb Williams is as advertised, they could put a good season together. I do not think it's the same conversation as what we had at the end of the year when Houston's in the playoffs after we watched Houston go from the number 2 overall pick to a playoff team. I don't think that's Chicago. What I think Detroit and Green Bay will have something to say. I think Minnesota is going to be an interesting thing, but Chicago, I think it could definitely, Sean and I said this, Bob, last year, and I think you probably listened to that show. Last year and this year, we knew that they were going to be drafting in the top, right? Whether the top 1, 2, or 3, we knew that. With their trades, they got a second one. With what they got from the beginning of the draft last year to right now, they could truly, if done properly, could be a contender for some years to come based on what they're drafting, right? I mean, you look at the players, I think they're skilled. I don't believe in Caleb Williams, but I'm glad they moved on from Justin Fields. I don't believe in him either. That's my opinion.
Well, it looks like Roger Goodell has finally found a way to avoid getting booed by the fans by walking out with Eminem.
Yeah. Exactly. Right? It helps.
And now bringing up Barry Sanders.
He just had back surgery, so he's probably not going to be taking many hugs from the big guys this year. So yeah, I think he saved himself for 1 year from getting the crap kicked out of him by all these big offensive linemen. Especially they said like 10 of them could go in the first round. So good on them. I know somebody's going to screw up though and pick them up. I know it. I know it's going to happen.
All right. So I got a question for you, Bob, since that you asked, and unless anybody else wants to answer the Chicago question. I do have a question, but I pause if anybody else wants to answer Chicago.
Like I said, I believe it comes down to coaching. If you get a coach that can put him in the right system, that's going to make him successful, then they can compete. But like you said, there's other avenues that have to come in. The defense has to play well, and and special teams. So all of that comes into play. But do I think they can be successful offensively? Every team can be successful offensively if you put them in the right position. And you have these guys who are professional athletes. They know they can get it done. But what do you do as a coach to put them in the right position?
Right. Yep. Go ahead, Jeff. Ask your question.
So here's my question. It's a quarterback question, and it's been hurting my heart like for the last 3 weeks. I'm glad tonight I'm going to get the answer, and it's going to frustrate me even more so because it's going to become a reality. So at some point in 32 picks, JJ McCarthy is going to be selected, and I just need to hear y'all's perspective collectively on whether or not JJ McCarthy is legitimately a first-round selection in any draft. And I don't even care if there's never a quarterback in the league except for him in a draft. And how? Just let me know y'all's thoughts. Is JJ McCarthy a legitimate first-round pick for any of these quarterback-needy teams?
I will say this real quick, and then I'll let you go, Sean, because you haven't been here. But I'm just going to say JJ McCarthy is going to be the Mac Jones of this draft. You're gonna get him and think he's gonna be really good, and he's just gonna be that guy that's average. That's how I look at it, JJ McCarthy.
There's gonna be some team that's gonna need to pick him up, man. I mean, is he first round quality? I don't know, but he's better than some of the quarterbacks in the league. At least you got to give him a shot. I mean. Well, what else are you going to do? Like right now, Denver's got nobody. Minnesota's got nobody. So, yeah, he'd be a first-round talent because you don't have an alternative.
I think it's funny that we pick on Mac Jones. Ideally, he was put in a situation he didn't have a lot of talent. You have to have a franchise quarterback to compete. And then last night we argued.
And look at who he had to replace. Right?
Yeah, right.
You're going to fail no matter what.
But, we argue that you need a franchise quarterback, and then we argue we don't need a franchise quarterback. And so I do think you take a chance because the guy has proven he can win. Now, are you going to go and make him throw 50 times in a game and win? No. But if you 3 yards in a cloud of dust and you use play action and you use him effectively and you coach him up right, sure, he can make the plays in the weighty moments. And so I do think that it just depends on the talent around him and what kind of style and how you coach him up.
Yeah, I think if he were to be successful anywhere, it would be Minnesota. Just because they already have the pieces in place and I think the right system for him. They've got still a decent running game. You got Hawkinson, you got Addison, and of course you got JJ. And I don't know that I can recall a first-round quarterback coming into that type of situation in the recent past with that much talent around him.
I got to tell you, Bob, so everybody's got him lined up to go to the Giants, which is fine because it's stupid. But so here's interesting, right? I will never argue that you don't need a franchise quarterback. So Eric, that's blasphemous. That's number one. Number two is this. I believe that Sam Darnold starts in Minnesota, and I don't care who they draft, right? Unless they figure out a way to get to number 1, 2, or 3, Sam Darnold's going to be the starter. You're not going to put JJ McCarthy to start. It's not going to happen. He is we can talk about the weighty moments in college football, and we can talk about what he's able to do. And you can also look at the running game that he had, because that's what they used. Now, Minnesota, I like the fact that they grabbed Aaron Jones. That's great. So if out of all the teams, Bob, that he was to end up with, if it is Minnesota, maybe there's some success there. The problem I have with him as a first round pick in general is where Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant and Tom Brady was 6th round pick. Those people all came in to sit behind somebody to learn something, right? You got a guy in J.J. McCarthy who, and it's funny to me because the NFL Harbaugh was not the same Harbaugh at Michigan. What he did in San Francisco didn't replicate the schemes. Like, it's not the same, right? So when you talk about what he was able to do in Michigan, it's not an NFL, quote unquote, NFL style offense. I'm baffled because they have pro days. When I watched Richardson in the combine last year, he should have been a 3rd round pick, but the combine showed some athleticism and some skill. What they didn't show is the concussions he'd receive and all that stuff. But these pro days where they don't have any defenders defending a pass, I would argue that any NFL caliber, not NFL quarterback, but any caliber NFL player can throw an out route when there's no defense or no blitz, no sacks, no rush, no nothing. A fly route, I can throw the ball 60 yards down the field to a receiver to catch it when there's no defender. If you can't do that, then you're not even going to get looked at for the pros, right? So all of these folks talking about McCarthy's passing skills, okay, I got it. But when you watched McCarthy in real game play, of course, there was a huge running game. Their defense was stout. There wasn't in the Big Ten itself. I think he was number 3 overall, which is fine when you look at the Big Ten as a non-traditional passing conference anyway, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's not what you're going to get out of that. So I get it that there's teams that need quarterbacks. I just cannot, for the life of me, at all consider him being a first-round pick, unless it's at the tail end to sit behind a veteran franchise quarterback to learn some things over time and then let him come in. He's not an NFL-ready quarterback, in my opinion. We'll see.
Yeah, I just looking up while you were talking, looking at the big board of all the NFL teams. There's only 9 teams that have him on their big board, and none of them have him, as far as their need goes, in the top 10. One team, he's like 28, and so that number is so drastically just all over the place. But looking at that as the big board, I don't see him going first round.
Yeah.
So just looking at that.
And again, Eric here being a Pittsburgh fan, I'm not bashing Pittsburgh, but I think when you are a team like Denver or Minnesota, where you haven't prepared yourself for the inevitability that you are going to need that quarterback, and you are forced into a situation, okay, you become a team like Pittsburgh when Ben Roethlisberger retired, where you were forced to take a 3rd round talent and Kenny Pickett and say, he's going to be our franchise quarterback. And Kenny Pickett, in the right circumstance, might have become that. But when you thrust him into a situation that he's not prepared for, same with J.J. McCarthy, when you thrust him into a position that he's not prepared for, it could be detrimental to him. And the pick is in, and boy, the suspense is killing me. I don't know what to do with myself. I can't contain the overall sheer suspense.
No idea who they're gonna pick.
Oh my God! Let me turn up my.
Hey, let's stream it and make sure we Photoshop Jeff in it so we can get him suspended again.
Oh my gosh, Caleb Williams! That is iconic.
So I missed it. I was taking out my dogs. Did somebody say Goodell got booed?
Yes, badly.
Good. I told you, folks.
That's something we can all agree on.
So
I just happened to watch the movie Draft Day the other day, and I was like thinking this movie is really realistic. But then I only really had 2 problems with it. When Goodell came out to announce the pick, the fans cheered. I'm like, it's Hollywood right there. And then what's his name had a cell phone case that doubled his brass knuckles. I didn't like that. I was not a big fan of the brass knuckle cell phone case. The actor, whatever his name was.
No, Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner.
No. The Black Panther guy, the guy they drafted.
Cedric Boseman.
Boston.
Cedric Boseman. That's Black Panther guy.
So
That's not what I said. Cedric Boston.
Oh, whatever. I don't know.
Hey, listen. Real quick fact, right? And it's interesting because I just saw it when it was coming up. It's funny because Caleb Williams is drafted number 1. No surprise, right? That's been talked about since last season. I mean, that's just the way it's been. But it's funny, and I say this because historically, not one time in NFL history has an NFL quarterback that was a Heisman winner won a Super Bowl. So it's just interesting to me. I mean, that's not a curse. It's just a fact, right? So here this guy is the 2022 Heisman Award winner, and he's gonna, go to the Super Bowl. The only other, I mean, he's gonna be in the NFL. The only 2 quarterbacks to have gone to the Super Bowl were Cam Newton and Joe Burrow, and they both lost, right? So I'm just interested in it. Does this change ever with Caleb Williams being the number 1 overall selection? Does he light it up and do his thing? I don't know. We shall see. But I just think that's an interesting thing as it popped on the screen. 2022 Heisman winner.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to get me off on a tangent here, but I have issues with the Heisman selection process, just like I have with the NFL MVP process. It's purely become a quarterback award, and it doesn't always go to the best talent.
No.
I mean, you had guys.
Amen.
You had Tyreek Hill last year, who was on pace for 2,000 yards, so he got dinged up. And I mean, there were several other players that probably I would have voted for ahead of Mahomes that they just don't happen to play quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting you say that, and I don't differ from you, Bob, at all in the regards to the actual MVP voting, the actual any voting, Heisman Award and/or Pro Bowl stuff. It's become such a who's talking about it, and even for the Heisman, and Heisman Award is no different, right? And it's not like it's new, but when you look at the beginning of the year, whomever is on this television set, whatever grouping of people on sports talk radio, sports things, they pick their guys early, and then they talk them up throughout the course of the year. Now, mind you, out of the 3 people or 4 people that were in the running for the Heisman last year, there was like 7 other guys that could have probably, from a statistical perspective, crushed them, from weighty moments, crushed them. But because they weren't the guys selected throughout the year, that's where I get frustrated about, because they prop them up from the beginning. No different than the MVP voting. I'll tell you right, and I don't want to go into a diatribe. I know you watch the show, Bob, often, but I don't want to get into this from my perspective as far as Lamar Jackson's MVP season, because I don't believe in any kind of way that was an MVP season. And I think the only reason why it was an MVP season is because the talking heads on all the sportscast places were talking about Lamar Jackson. In 10 years from now, we're going to look back at the last 20 MVPs. I will tell you that when I look at the MVPs across the NFL year by year, there's definitive reasoning for it. Statistical data, statistics in general, comparable to this, that, and the other thing. Lamar Jackson, the only top 10 stat he was in was completion percentage, right? But the problem that I have is that they kept talking about his win-loss record. It's 13-3. He sat the last game of the season, which is fine. But the problem I have in that is that he had a triple crown defense. And I know that in the 2 games in which were spectacular was the 2 blowouts, one against Miami and one against San Francisco. Those are great wins, and I get that. And that's at the end of the year. Does that encapsulate your season and create this MVP notion? It doesn't, because the 2 games in the beginning of the year would have hurt you, right? At the end of the day, I just find it to be talking heads that push Lamar Jackson, because I will give you 5 players that easily ahead of Lamar Jackson from a statistical perspective and a level of importance to their team. And we could say Josh Allen, we could say Tyreek Hill, we could say Dak Prescott, we could say Brock Purdy. We could say all those folks, and Eric, you can do whatever you want. I'm okay with that. At the end of the day, there's no lie there at all.
Jeff, come on. you see the Ravens without Lamar Jackson and with Lamar Jackson, and then
I don't care. I don't care.
Right.
Listen, because here's the deal. I don't care. I haven't seen the Bills without Josh Allen. I haven't seen the 49ers without Brock Purdy. I haven't seen all that. I saw the Cowboys without Dak Prescott. As a matter of fact, Eric, it's funny you say that, and that only amplifies my argument, because you want to know what's funny? When the year that Dak Prescott got hurt, at the end of the year, you know who I voted for MVP? Dak Prescott. Because Dallas was 5-0 when he got hurt, and they finished the season at under 500 because Dak Prescott was that good. I don't think that Dak Prescott is a Hall of Fame guy, but I'll tell you right now, the regular season is what dictates your awards. The playoffs have their own separate awards. So
yeah,
in the regular season,
the playoffs should have their own separate awards, and you're absolutely right about that. Hold on one second.
The Redskins pick is in.
So it's funny, though, Jeff. You make this point.
Wait, who is it going to be, Eric? Real quick, who's Washington picking?
I am.
Drake May.
I think it's Jaden Daniels.
Daniels. I'm going Daniels. Drake May would be an interesting pick as long as it's not JJ McCarthy.
I'm going to be weird and say Penix.
That would be
weird.
That would be.
I think Penix is amazing, and I think Penix should go well ahead of any of those other guys. Like, I mean, I think that he's probably more in line with Drake May than anything else because he's more accurate and more strong. I mean, his arm's stronger. Drake May is just extensive.
He's been rebuilt 3 times.
Okay, but has had 0 injuries. I mean, obviously it's a concern.
He's going to be able to move.
I mean, Josh Harris,
all right.
Magic Johnson, and Al Harrow.
Here he comes.
Mark Maddox, old retired guy.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Quarterback, LSU.
He should have went number 1.
Second out of the green room.
Oh yeah.
But it just not to piggyback or to end your debate real quick, but Lamar is as important as any other athlete. I pray to God you don't have to find out what you look like without Josh Allen, because I know what he will look like with Mitch Trubisky, and that'll be 3-14.
Well,
I do believe he's important to you, but ideally, the Ravens have been really bad without him. I mean, they went from like number 1 contender to bad. So I think he plays that important role.
Now, what you were talking about though, between like Lamar Jackson and everything like that, he may not have had the numbers that were there, but if you look at his quarterback rating, for what he did last year, his quarterback rating was over 100. He was like 102, and I think Josh was like 90, 92. Even though Josh had more yards, Josh had more stuff. But that quarterback rating, their efficiency, it shows that Lamar was a better quarterback. But I do believe, like what you're saying, it's one of those things where, we get so much outside influence of who should be the person. And you're right about that. We get so much outside influence from the media and hyping this guy up at the beginning, hyping this guy up and saying that this guy is this is that, and I'm like, you can go on the fact that you look at the Bills at one point in time, they were out of the playoffs, and then turn around and boom, they're there. But it's a team effort and, and all of that. And he led them, but I think it becomes kind of a popularity contest and the media hypes it up. I don't like it.
No doubt. I don't disagree. I mean, I don't disagree with anything you say, even QB rating. And I know Eric was smiling when you said it because he thinks, because he's foolish. But here's the deal. Far less pass attempts, far less yards, far less touchdowns in all kind of ways. So I mean, the rating's good. He didn't turn the ball over, which I appreciate all that stuff because it matters, and I do understand it. But I will say this, and this is just the way I look at this. When I look at and again, by the way, this isn't me saying Josh Allen should have been the MVP. I would have picked Josh Allen before Lamar Jackson, but I also would have picked Brock Purdy before Josh Allen, and I would have picked Dak Prescott before Josh Allen last year, right? So, but at the end of the day. Again, it goes to the point that I'd have picked many folks before Lamar Jackson. But all that being said, I guess the way I look at things is just if I can look at a team and understand, and because I'll tell you where I find it to be a significant difference, and I tell you where Josh Allen is the MVP, is the 4 games that we lost out of the 6 that we lost. We were leading at 2 minutes or less, and then we lost 4 of those games, right? Now, instead of being, 11-5 or 11-6, whatever it was, 11-6, we would have been 15-2. And if we're 15-2, then the idea that Lamar Jackson's 13-3 wins, and then you tell me about his QBR, to me, the wins are what hype people. But the problem I had with that is, well, when it's all said and done in the weighty moments, Eric, Josh Allen took the lead of the game because there is no weightier moment than the final 2 minutes of a fourth quarter in any football game that exists. And then Buffalo's defense failed because of the scheme, not because of the play. Because, like Mark, if you watched every game, the defense that was played for 58 minutes was not the defense that was played the last 2 minutes every game. And it's a very easy thing for an offense to plan for our 2-minute drill to go against that 2-minute offense when that 2-minute defense never changes.
That and the fact that your head coach gives the other team 3 free timeouts on top of that.
So Sean's gonna like eject me from this show tonight because Jeff keeps gaslighting me into having this conversation. It's not just about putting the points on the board. It's not just about that. It's about,
of course, because Eric, you didn't have any points.
Well, I didn't have, but I'm going to have more points because my quarterback has a higher rating than yours does. And thank you, Mark, for bringing that up. But ideally, Jeffrey, I'll school you here for a minute. If you can just handle the clock, if you can manage the situation, if you know your defense is hurt, what do? You ideally make sure there's no time left on the clock. That's what he needs to grow into.
I will argue this point to the end, Eric. Because
David, real quick, go ahead because it was targeted at me.
Let me just finish, and then you can say.
He said, Jeffrey, let me respond, and then you can.
Jeffrey, hold my pocket.
Exactly. So, ideally, our defense was hurt, and ideally, our defense still was a top 5 defense. So ideally, our depth is great, and ideally, our offense or our defensive coordinator, who happens to be the head coach, wouldn't call some crazy ass zone deep. I mean, all the stuff that he does that gives everybody 15, 20 yards per chop. Because listen, at the end of the day, don't tell me that Tyrod Taylor. I don't care about the guy, but don't tell me all of a sudden he became an all-pro. Wait, okay, the pick is in. I got it, Dave. I'll be quiet.
New England. Drake May is going to go here.
Makes sense.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
There you go. All right. And now here's a trade, Dave. But anyway, all right. So all I'm saying is that when you look at a Tyrod Taylor, a Mac Jones, who there's no talent around them, that are able to walk down the field with less than 2 minutes left because of a defense. They couldn't do it for the whole game. And it's not because it's a weighty moment. It's because you changed your scheme. It wasn't even a prevent defense. It was a dumb defense. They gave space and every play. Listen, the first reads are what we're thrown to. Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, the first reads are what we're thrown to. And why were the first reads thrown to? Because they're wide open, because there's space. If I can sit there, I've never coached a day in my life in football. And if me, who is dumb as shit, excuse my language, in the game of football and coaching, if I can watch a game and say, man, professional coach, I see that you've done this every game in the last 2 minutes when you're leading. Why wouldn't, say, I don't know, a professional coach like Andy Reid or Bill Belichick actually watch that too and say, hey, they're going to set up this way, and we're going to do this, and every first read pass is going to be open because we're not trying to get a 50-yard pass. Buffalo gave up no long touchdowns last year in the air. Why? Because our secondary played deep, right? They were good. They contained them. But you know what we didn't do well? Every single pass within 5 to 10 yards, 5-yard dump off, 12-yard gain. 10-yard dump off, 25-yard game. And you know how many seconds that took off the clock? You can talk about running down the clock because the defense is injured. The defense ain't injured. They done had 3, 4, 5, 6 sacks, 4 interceptions, 3 fumble recoveries. But guess what? They gave up a 2-minute drive because the fact is that you're giving them yards and then you're expecting it to change. Bottom line is you do it once, mistake. Do it twice, you're an idiot. 3 times, you got to get fired. And I'm telling that's why. And anyway, we could have this conversation. And it is a great conversation.
I'm going to punt. But this is our chat. This is our chat.
Yeah. Jeff, I'm really disappointed by your lack of passion.
Happening right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm
no
disappointed by Jeff's lack of passion, but I wanted to go back to something he said in the middle of that rant about a trade. What do you see coming here with Arizona's pick? Do you see them trading back?
Yeah, I mean, as the time ticks, maybe not, but I see Arizona team. Well, no, I mean, obviously trades usually come pretty quick, right? I mean, I'm going based on what I said, but here's the deal: do I think the Arizona trades? I do, because I believe they need so much. I mean, they need a receiver, right? I mean, they need a receiver. Hollywood Brown being the top receiver last year's gone, so they don't have anybody. So picking a receiver is good, but they've lost a lot. I mean, they could pull in a haul for this pick, and it's not going to help them this year. I mean, depending on what they get in return, because they're going to get whoever's first this year. So whatever's down that way to get there, it's a hefty receiver draft. So I could see them drafting back in the first round to get a receiver, as well as grab some more things, because they're not one player away from being competitive, in their division, let alone the conference, right? And that's just my opinion.
Who's the trade partner here? Do you think who needs to move up the most to get
Minnesota or Denver?
Yeah, Minnesota makes sense in this to me, especially if we're talking. I think Minnesota would move up into this spot. Denver could move up into this spot, but I don't think Denver has the capital to do so. And more importantly, they don't have any money since Russ
Indianapolis Colts.
Well, I mean, Indianapolis is another team that needs stuff, but I don't see them moving up. They don't have to move up that far. Where are they at? Where's the Colts at?
15.
Yeah.
Could you see? Yeah, they're way back.
Yeah.
I'd love to see them. I'd love to see them trade up and get Marvin Harrison Jr. just to continue that legacy in Indianapolis, but I think they'd have to give up way too much to move up that far.
For sure.
What do you think?
Nope, the Cardinals pick is in, so they're not trading. So all that speculation is out the window. So here is Marvin.
Who is it? Is it Harrison?
Marvin Harris Jr.
Malik Neighbors would be. I think he's the best one here.
Well, they have Harrison listed as their main person on their board.
Yeah.
I'd be blown away if Harrison wasn't taken here. This me right now, this is what has happened thus far is 95% of draft boards without trades, right? So when you started having these mock drafts, this is exactly the order it's gone so far in most mock drafts with no trades. And then the fourth one is Harrison, right? I don't think Neighbors is a bad pick here, but the thing is that I think they're both phenomenal receivers. I mean, they're so deep this year on receiver. I mean, even if you don't get one of these guys, that you can grab a guy in the third round that still have an impact. I mean, obviously, these are the real good guys. Who's the dude? Neighbors went to LSU. Who's the kid from Washington?
Nduze.
Yeah.
Or whatever his name is. If a trade doesn't happen within the next pick or two, then I don't see a trade until pick number 9.
What do we think of Booger McFarland's suit? I think it's pretty fly.
I
haven't seen it.
NFL Network, so I don't know.
What do you? I haven't seen it, but
you're not watching ESPN, Jeff, Dave. I thought you loved it.
No, I got ESPN, but I haven't seen it. I've been watching it, but Dave, the Chargers. So let's talk. You said 2 picks, then it's going to go to 9. But what would the Chargers? I mean, the Chargers' needs are equally as crazy as that of. Well, there's Harrison, number 4.
Yeah.
So, but where's his dad at? Oh, right there. No, that's not.
I look at the Chargers. I think that they go offensive lineman. I think the Chargers actually go offensive lineman. Well, I could see them go wide receiver because they lost. They traded.
They lost their entire receiving core.
Allen and Williams both. There it is.
Yeah, but I don't know. They got Quentin Johnson, and look at Harbaugh likes to run the ball, but
didn't we do Joe Alt, Dave?
Huh?
Didn't we do Joe Alt to the Chargers, or did we do him to the Titans?
We did Joe Alt to the Titans.
Okay.
Is anybody watching the Pat McAfee broadcast?
No, but Bill Belichick's on there.
At it, yeah.
Is that on ESPN?
Did Bill Belichick did he rip Caleb Williams' footwork?
I don't know. I just saw like on my Facebook feed, people are saying it like he's just a wealth of knowledge. That's all.
He is. He's amazing, and that's why he got paid a lot of money to go hang out with Pat McAfee. I'm good on him.
No,
I love Pat McAfee, man.
I love him.
I think he's pretty impressive.
You guys see him at WrestleMania? He was hilarious.
So, no, I mean, Malik Neighbors would be the choice here if Kansas City stays on the board, or not Kansas City, if the Chargers stay with the pick and don't trade it. Yeah, that would be a no-brainer. But I could see them going offensive line too. But I think Neighbors would be the right choice, I guess.
See, what's funny to me, Dave, you said the pick or two. I don't see the Chargers trading, even though they need a lot. I mean, it depends on who. I think that there are teams that want to move up, right? So I could see the Vikings trading for this spot right here. I mean, but it's not important that they go there. But the next team is the Giants, right? So if the Giants have been rumored to be looking at JJ McCarthy, like that's where people have him going, right? Which is interesting. But at the end of the day, if the Vikings are truly interested in a quarterback, trading for this pick right here is where they got to go, because they're not going to trade with the Giants aren't trading for him if they're going for a quarterback, right? We know the Chargers are staying with Herbert, so this is the spot where it would be. What are they willing to give up?
Mark,
I mean, the Vikings got 11 and 23. That should be enough of a haul to get 2 first-round picks for the 5.
Well, I don't think they would do that. I would think they give up their 11th. They'll probably give up a first round next year potentially to do it, but they're not going to give up both first rounds this year.
And they got a lot of picks, man.
How long would you stay, or maybe the panel? How long would you stay with Justin Herbert?
Until Harbaugh can rectify the team. See, here's the thing: is I don't think there's a single problem with Herbert. Nope. I think there's a significant problem with every single coach that's been in with the Chargers since he got in the league. When you think about the coaching staff, who's won ever? Ever. Like they brought in who was it? Staley.
Yeah.
And then before that, it was Anthony Lynn. I mean, it just never had anybody
it's the same issue you talked about with the Bears and the rotation and the lack of continuity there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I mean, Herbert's shown that he's an elite quarterback in the league, and maybe not elite meaning Hall of Fame, but when you look at top 10 quarterbacks, Herbert's in the conversation every year. And it's not just statistical. He is legitimately a good quarterback on a legitimately good squad. I'll tell you real quick, Eric, to be honest with you, this year, of course, he missed time because he broke his finger off his body or whatever it was. That was crazy. But the year before, I felt god awful for that dude, because remember, the Chargers went out and bought a defense. They went out and got Khalil Mack to go opposite Bosa. They went out and got J.C. Jackson. They went out and got all these people on the defensive side of the ball, and their defense was atrocious. Like, absolutely got off. Like, I'm talking bottom 7 of the league. And so how do you go and say, hey, bottom 7 defense, Justin Herbert sucks? Because at the end of the day, Justin Herbert still was the top 5 or 6 quarterback the year before, though they didn't even make the playoffs. But his defense was just atrocious. And again, it goes back to Deuce Staley going for it on 4th down, or not Deuce Staley. What's the guy's name? Deuce Staley. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't like this because he's just. He may legitimately be one of the worst coaches out of he's in the top 5 of my worst coaches I've ever seen coach. And like the only people you have ahead of him are Hugh Jackson, Marvin Lewis-ish. I mean, even though, and I'm saying from where I think Marvin Lewis is a great guy, but he couldn't put people anywhere, right? And then you got some horrible coaching out of Freddie Kitchens. I mean, pretty much the whole entire Cleveland Browns history of coaches, right? But I mean, up until Stefanski, but nonetheless, but that guy is right up there. 4th and 5, 4th and 4, not in scoring position, giving field position away. It's just sick, man.
I will tell you that based on the clock, I know that Los Angeles was having discussions with somebody. Now, whether they did anything, because that clock was under 4 minutes and they didn't have their pick in yet. So either they were going back and forth about who to pick, or they were on the phone with the team trying to figure out if they could work out a trade.
So interesting fun fact that Charlie Weiss said this today when I was listening to him on XM, like I do all the time. Charlie Weiss said, you know what really sucks is that the pick will be in, and then you'll still see the clock run, and it'll get all the way down because all the networks have to show their videos, show the commercials, show all that stuff. So the only time that the clock gets done before. Now, I'm not saying what you're saying, Dave, is wrong. They may just very well be trading this pick.
There's 155 left on the clock.
Yeah, sure. And they could have already put it in, or maybe not. And maybe they are doing a trade. But at the end of the day, Charlie Weiss was saying, we sit there and put the pick in, and then we have to wait for another 4 minutes. But we already had our pick, especially when they're talking the earlier picks. But whatever's clever. Who knows?
Let me ask. Can I ask Mark a quick question while they're BSing around on TV? Mark,
the Steelers suck. Why can't Tomlin win? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought that's what. Isn't that what you said?
You got the dogs going, man.
Yeah. What's the question?
Don't step on your dog, Eric.
Trying to get the dog quiet.
You know what's funny? Eric trains his dogs to hate when bark when people talk bad about the Steelers. So if like someone comes by, oh, there's Bailey. Hey, Bailey.
What's up, Bay?
Congratulations, kid. Hey, Mark. He was at a college. He's in 8th grade. He was in a what is it called? A college showcase
the other day. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Hey, what are all the picks that have happened?
Pick is in.
Caleb Williams, Mark.
Trade.
So here's my question to the group. Do you think the NFL draft deserves the hype that it gets as an event now?
Yes.
Yes. Well, do you? Because I was watching an old video of Pete Rozelle making the announcement for when the Steelers picked Joe Green in 1970. They saw a film of that, and they were like in a banquet room at a freaking
I don't
he's in somewhere, and he's smoking cigarettes at the podium, and
like an old Holiday Inn or something.
And there was like a chalkboard behind him.
Johnson's restaurant right next door.
They were in
now
serious.
I'm looking at this, and it's like
the Chargers were in serious trade talks with Minnesota.
So I wanted to ask
Mark, or Justin Herbert.
We can wait for a second.
Or Justin Herbert. They turned away calls for trade offers for Justin Herbert.
Mark, who was the greatest leader you ever played? I mean, I coach 7th and 8th grade, and then I do partly on the varsity.
No, this is an easy answer.
Yeah, who was the best leader you ever played for?
That I played for? Oh, Marv.
And they showed Malik Neighbors in the green room, and he wasn't on the phone.
Thanks for the play-by-play.
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, everybody, listen. Every single person here is watching it on something.
I guess, Mark, my quarterback's always
not me. I'm listening.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
Joe Alt, told you, offensive tackle.
Yeah, but you put him to go to Tennessee, Dave.
Yeah, I did, but I told you they could go.
Yeah, and you know what else they could do? They could trade, and they could not pick anybody, and they could like I don't know, pass out in front of people.
I am an NFL draft.
Hey, so Joe Alt goes there, but real quick, Dave. So Eric was asking Mark, who is the best leader who you have?
I meant the player. I know Levy was a great, but who was that
player?
Player?
Oh, he's psychotic, very psychotic. Daryl Talley, hands down. Daryl Talley was, an amazing leader. Just, he didn't cut any corners. Believe me, if he had something to say, he said it, and you either liked it or you didn't like it. And guess what? He did not care. He led by example. He led by words. He was just always. He just had that attitude where we were going to win. We were going to do whatever we needed to do. And I'm going to help you. You're going to help me. We're going to help each other. And like I said, to me, I still talk to him to this day. Bob knows. We have conversations and we talk about players. We talk about everything. But he was probably like just hands down Daryl Talley.
I think he's probably one of the most underrated linebackers in football. Just he never got the credit, but he was I mean,
But
he wasn't a Ray Lewis guy. He wasn't that kind of guy, but he was a workhorse every game.
It kind of goes back to something that like Christina was talking about earlier. Like I know you guys were talking about Poyer. Poyer to me is that Darryl Talley of that defense.
Yep.
And you know, it doesn't matter if he's lost a step or not and not making, you know, I didn't notice that much of a fall off of him. I think it comes to scheme and responsibility and how things were set up, but I thought he was a loss for the team.
Mark,
you know,
listen real quick, and you being that you've been around the Bills organization for a while and the Bills fans, you want to know what's really funny? When Poyer signed with Miami, he lost a step 3 days before. Let's sign Poyer back. I don't want to cut him. Why did we cut him? We need to bring him back. The bottom line is Buffalo fans are typical fans, and every team's fans are the same. And Eric will tell me that the Steelers fans are this way, and the other friends of mine tell me these fans are this way. I will tell you right now, I'm on every single team's page, like not their real official page, but on Facebook. I do that for the show, so I can't watch every game, though I watch most. But I'll go in and look at what the fans are talking about from the games or just what they're saying. And it's just interesting to me that if a player that was key to their success when they leave on a Facebook group, there are fans that say, I'll miss you. I wish you the best of luck. Like when Diggs left, I tweeted him and said, hey, good luck to you, guy. I really appreciate what you did for the city, not just on the football field, but for the city while you were there. The same way I did with Poyer on Instagram. I hit him up. I don't expect him to respond, but I will tell you, I've seen some of those responses on Facebook, but I also seen he lost a step, they lost a step, all this stuff, right? And the bottom line is he lost a step because he left. But if he was there, Buffalo fans would be just as happy because Poyer was the heart of the defense. Oh, Jesus. If they see what they're showing JJ McCarthy right now. If this dude gets picked by the Giants, I'm going to lose my mind.
On the phone?
Let me ask you a question, Jeff. Don't you wish we had his hair?
No, this is.
I wish I had any hair. I don't care whose hair, any's hair. I wish I had.
This pick better be Malik Neighbors. If this is not Malik Neighbors, the Giants have lost. I mean, that's one. But they need offensive weapons.
What do you think Giants fans want here?
I think they want a receiver because the best player on the board right now. If you look at the best player on the board right now, it's a receiver, and they need a receiver.
And you look at that team's needs. No, you don't. As much as they probably hate Daniel Jones, I don't see it.
Yeah, they have to go with their needs. But
Malik Neighbors, yep.
There you go, Neighbors. There you go. Good. I'm glad they did that.
Mm-hmm.
Does that improve Daniel Jones this year, Jeff? Does he have now a number one wide receiver? Does he have a better year in New York? Is he worth his contract?
No, he doesn't. I don't believe that he'll be in New York by the time season starts.
No, I think it's too cost prohibitive.
Well, it very well could be, right? I mean, there could be a realistic thing. But anyway, I don't know.
Malik Neighbors went to the Giants.
Who are you telling that to?
Sean, because he was gone. I don't know if he knew. So I was
well, the way you said it, that you were amplifying your voice somewhere as if you were trying to talk to Sean who lives down the street.
Instead of just talking to him, because I saw his thing was on mute, so I thought I had to yell louder.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought Stacy gave a shit for a second. I was like, what is she? Does she like Malik Neighbors or something? It's like you were calling out to your living room. Anyway.
Sean, who are you hoping the Jets pick tonight?
What's up?
Who are you hoping you guys get tonight?
Brock Bowers.
He's already gone, but Joe Alt, I was hoping, but we're going to get Brock Bowers.
Do you think Tennessee trades out now that Joe Alt's gone?
No, I still think I'd take Fashion now.
Well, they still got that. Listen, there's three offensive tackles that are very good. I mean, Alt is obviously by numbers and all that stuff. He's the most advanced based on what they've talked about over the past couple. But there's from a comparison perspective, I don't remember the two other guys, but there's two other guys that are right behind him, right? So, and it's not like one's graded at 98 and one's graded at 60, and that's where it is. I think Alt was graded at 91 or 92, and then the next dude was like 88. So whoever that is, if they're needy of a tackle, that's where they're going right now.
Well, I guess in the grand scheme of things, Minnesota doesn't really have to move up because I don't think there's a team that picks before them at 11 that needs a quarterback.
Nope.
The only way that they would have to move up is if they were afraid another team would jump them.
Correct.
That would be Denver.
And yeah, but Denver, if they trade now, their next pick is 77. They need a hell of a lot more help than a quarterback right now.
I just like the fact that they had an interview with J.J. McCarthy, and he said, where do you think he'll get drafted? He goes, well, I've spent the most time with the Giants. Coach Dable's talked to me a lot. He didn't say a single another team. So I think the fact that they just drafted a receiver, he's like, oh, God, third round. And that's where he should go. But
again, I think the Chargers probably threw a monkey wrench into the whole thing by not drafting Malik Neighbors. And I think that when he was left on the board, I think that was too enticing to pass up.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, Dave, the very first mock draft I did with you a couple of weeks ago, we had Joe Alt going to the Chargers.
The Chargers, yep.
And then we had Malik Neighbors going to the Giants, which actually we were spot on with that. But
to my Bills Power Hour people, would you guys rather have Daboll or would you rather have McDermott?
As a head coach?
The guy that was calling the shots right now.
Daboll's trash, man.
No.
He has a coach of the year.
I think Daboll is, like I said, I think there are coaches who are meant to be, there are coordinators who are meant to take the next step to the head coaching level, and there are coordinators who are great coordinators and should stay in their lane. If they get the opportunity, of course, because there's only 32 opportunities to take, and you take advantage of that. But as the New England Patriots coordinators find out, they're better soldiers than they are generals. And sometimes you just have that.
Hey, Dave, I just got to tell you, these are the moments where I'm glad my memory works. Because I remember when like you saw how Eric threw it in. Well, it was the coach of the year, right? Okay, and that's cool. I get that. Fraudulent as shit, by the way. But okay, cool. Because David Campbell should have been there. Should have been no conversation. But that's number one. But number two is this. It's funny because you'll use that as a thing to stand on. But when I say, well, Myles Garrett was the defensive player of the year. You don't like that all that much, do you? Because you know that TJ Watt got robbed because blah, blah, blah. So you can't play both sides of the mouth. See how I do that? Because I listen to you. I know that I don't talk out of both sides of my mouth, but you regularly do. Bottom line is this. Yes, Daboll won the coach of the year. That year, he finished a game over 500. Washington could have made the playoffs, but Ron Rivera didn't know there was an extra game left, which is absolutely ridiculous. By the way, they had a horrible, horrible schedule. Dan Campbell, on the flip side, it wasn't even comparable. As a matter of fact, Mike Tomlin should have had it before Daboll that year because your team was with who? A rookie quarterback that sucked. And where did they go? They didn't go to the playoffs that year, did they? No. But guess what they did do? Finish over 500 on a team that shouldn't have been over 500. So I say that to say Daboll finished over 500. Good on him. Look at that week. Go back. You ain't got to even say, I don't got to go and show it to you. Just go look at the schedule in which they played. Look at the schedule in which they played and I know they got to play their schedule, but good on him. Glad he had that schedule because you know what I said? I don't know if you remember. I said, watch how next year they are horrible when they have a schedule to play. And, oh, by the way, they pay Daniel Jones all this money to break his face because he's horrible. Okay, and I won. I'm clairvoyant. Call me Miss Cleo. It's okay, bro.
So wait. The question was Daboll or McDermott, right?
Yeah.
I'll say McDermott.
I'll say McDermott begrudgingly because it's only the choice between the two. If I had to choose between just the two, I mean, I would almost go coachless.
You're gonna just resurrect Vince Lombardi if you've really had every choice in the world.
But here's the reality, right? And I think it's interesting because look, let's just be honest. Let's talk 20 years, right? We'll go back to 2000. There's only 2 coaches that have won multiple Super Bowls, right? I mean, there's 3 because you got the Steelers who got, well, no, because Tomlin only has 1, right? Or does Tomlin have 2? Tomlin has 1 because Cowher got the other one. But you got Bill Belichick that has, like, I don't know, all of them. And then you have old boy from Seattle.
Parcells. Or no,
well,
yeah.
Since 20, I'm talking about 20 years. Parcells has 2 in 20 years?
No.
I mean, I know he's got 2. I guess what I'm saying is that every year, I mean, the longevity of coaches. So you look at a guy like Andy Reid, who now has 3 over the last 5 years, right? Is that what it is? 3 and 5? But before they had 0. And he had many years coaching, and he did well. I mean, he did well in Philly. He did well in Kansas City, even without winning. But then he has some coach. He learned some things and got better through time. Now, should you hang on to a coach like the Steelers do for 30 years each? Maybe. It keeps continuity to the team. It shows loyalty, but they don't have Super Bowls as many, of course, as Bill Belichick in his time. Those coaches don't have it. Could Cowher have got more? Probably. As a matter of fact, Cowher wins the Super Bowl when you guys won it with Tomlin, because Tomlin hasn't done it since Cowher's team. But all that being said, is I don't like McDermott. Oh, go ahead, David. The selection is in.
J.C. Latham.
Good pick.
Hey, Dave. Oh my God. Look what I did. I guessed that they were going to take an offensive tackle, even though Joe Alt went. Come on, you see that? I could be just like you. I could pretend that I knew what the guy's name was.
He is a
Mark, do you see what I have to put up with? Do you see that? I mean, I should get paid right there.
I see what you have to put up with, Dave, but at the same time, I haven't heard a word Jeff say that I haven't disagreed with. So
you can see why Sean drinks, though, right? Because I mean, Sean tries to be organized, and then we go off the rails just like in the chat.
I mean, I'm not sure if listen in real life. I would actually offer you guys. I'd give you money and like just to be the pilot program if it could happen. But if I could put you all in my head, I'd let you do it. And then when you came out of it, you'd actually pay to go back in. It's a damn ride in here. My head, I live this life and I'm chaotic. Everything's chaotic. I don't know. Like structure sounds good. I try. Like I'm like, Sean, I really want to follow your timeline. And then as soon as we say hello, I'm like, oh, there goes the timeline. I mean, it doesn't take like an hour. It takes 16 seconds. Because
I know. Since you've been on the show, I think
I'm just the opposite. If you got inside my head, you'd be paying me to get out. I'm like the worst strip bar in town. No cover charge, but they charge you $20 to get out.
At least you're in your head, Bob. Obviously, I'm not even in my own head, so I'm never there. I mean,
there's a whole section up in here that's like cordoned off and with cones and flashing lights from a Pink Floyd concert I went to like in '84.
Yeah,
I'd go to that spot. That'd be cool.
Mine says Bates Motel, and it just keeps flashing vacancy. You know. And,
oh my God.
Does anyone want to talk about what the Atlanta Falcons might do?
Sean, why are you trying to change the subject?
I know.
I think they're going to beef up their defensive line.
If we're going to do this, I'm going to ask Mark about his fight with Hoyam that he had.
Did you say first defender off the board, Bob?
Yep.
I agree. That's what I was going to say. This is going to be the first.
Dallas. What's his name?
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
I think they're taking Murphy from Texas.
You think they go defensive tackle?
I think they're going secondary. I don't know who, but somebody. I think they need to work on their.
Who is their starting end right now? What's his name?
I don't know.
Falcons. No, he's the good. He's good. I like him. He got hurt last year, only for he didn't get like injured. He was he missed a game or two. What's his name? He's a beast, man. Like if he could have someone opposite him that could do some pushing. They could have a pretty good because I don't remember who their linebackers are, but they're not. Atlanta's defense was actually pretty healthy last year, and they did very well. because Ritter couldn't throw a pass. Heineke could. I mean, they couldn't do anything on.
Are you talking about Garrett?
Garrett. No,
Grady Jarrett. Grady Jarrett.
Jarrett. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's good, and I think if he has someone on the opposite, it's gonna.
He's got some miles on his. I mean, Grady Jarrett's been around a long time.
But he's not slowing down. It's kind of like a TJ Watt. He's got miles too. Well, he does slow down because he never finishes a year. But you know what I'm saying.
Katie just gave the eyeballs to the Falcons. I wonder if they trade out.
Who did?
Katie just gave the eyeballs on the chat to the
smart too.
No, he ain't trade.
I wonder if they trade out with Minnesota.
No, they're gonna go get JJ McCarthy to back up.
Who is this? Look at this.
I don't know, but he's a big dude. Look at his legs are longer than the girl next to him.
Latham.
Who? JC Latham?
Oh, that's Penix.
Penix.
Why do they keep showing quarterbacks as if Atlanta's gonna go pick a quarterback?
Because they're showing how sad he is that he hasn't gotten picked.
Well, Penix he's a Tampa kid. I'll tell you right now, here in Tampa, he got a lot of people here that really like him.
I saw him live at IU, and I like Penix. My problem is with Penix, and we had the discussion. The knee's been rebuilt so many times. Mobility is so important now. I just don't.
Michael Penix is going here.
I don't think it was his knee that was rebuilt. I think he tore his Achilles. He had a knee injury. I don't think he had it rebuilt 3 times.
At least twice. That same knee, because he tore it, and then he left IU and went to Washington.
Yeah. Well, he went back to Washington and played his second year just to show that he could play through a full season without getting hurt.
Kidding? Michael Penix Jr.
to Atlanta?
Yeah, that's what Rappaport just said.
No way. How does that even make real sense?
He's going to sit behind Cousins and learn, right?
Yeah,
sure, but not with picking number 8 and you grab the dude that doesn't benefit. Like I don't understand why people pick people in the first round that don't benefit you for right now. I mean, I can get it if you like, I don't know. Anyway,
I can understand if it's at the later end of the first round because that's basically second. But at number 8,
well, I guess Atlanta's expecting that Kirk Cousins is actually going to make them a real contender.
Are we saying we have a reach?
Oh, that's a reach.
That's a reach. I don't think Penix. I don't think Penix is a reach at number 8. I think Penix is a reach for the Atlanta Falcons. It doesn't make sense to me. That is crazy to me. Wow.
What just happened?
Wow.
Dang.
Holy.
I'm surprised we haven't had a trade yet.
And I'm watching the NFL Network feed. You guys must be watching ESPN or something.
No, I'm watching NFL Network. I'm with you, Bill or Bob. Bill. Jesus.
I do not.
I saw the Bill sign over his head. I went, Bill.
Well, I'll tell you, hey, David, I'll tell you right now. You want to know what's funny about this pick more so than the fact that it happened? Because I think it's funny it happened. But I'll tell you right now, what did you say? Well, Minnesota doesn't have to worry about trading up at this point because no one's picking a quarterback anymore. Well, guess what? You're dumb. I'm just kidding. You're not dumb. But the reality is Minnesota picks.
Go ahead, Mark. What were you going to say, Mark?
No, I was just saying they got Penix. Is that right?
Yep, that's right. Michael Penix Jr. Well, I could actually say that this could be a preemptive pick because I believe
it's a pick and trade.
Next year, they're going to get smoked on that Kirk Cousins tampering charge, and they'll probably lose their first round pick next year because of what happened. So they're taking their succession plan now, so they don't have to worry about it because they're going to be reamed with picks next year for tampering with Cousins.
But they just signed him for 4 years.
Was it
need him now?
This makes no sense to me.
None. David, even if that's their
maybe they trade Kirk Cousins to Minnesota.
That could be.
Oh my God.
Hey, listen, I was like it didn't hit me at first, and I was like, wow, that's brilliant. But then I was like, no, it is not. Wouldn't it be funny if they did, though? Or maybe they trade Penix to Minnesota.
Or Denver.
Maybe not. I don't know.
So, yeah, he signs away.
That wouldn't make any sense.
It would. you get a 3rd round pick for signing the guy and getting him to agree to a deal, and then you trade him back to where he's.
But answer this question for me real quick. When you watch this happen, we're sitting here, all of us are talking about Atlanta's things, right? Like, where are they going to go? What could they do? We'd say defense because it makes sense. How is it that before the pick was in, all they were doing was showing quarterbacks, as if there's been some conversation over the course of the last – nobody in any mock draft has had Atlanta with a quarterback. But here on live television, there you are, they're panning to the quarterbacks. Not a single other type of player, but the quarterback. I think they were in – like, I think there's like some type of level of collusion.
Maybe the Bears. Maybe the Bears take J.J. McCarthy. Hedge their bets.
Oh my God!
Hey, now here's the first. Here you go. Right here. Here's your first defensive player off the board in Chicago.
Yeah,
this could be Dallas Turner,
but it still should be the second defensive player off the board. But hey, good for Penix.
You wouldn't give them a top flight receiver and try to do what Cincinnati did with Burrow and Chase.
Why would you? I mean, they have a good receiving
core now. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen.
How would I? Well, I mean,
Cole Kmet's good tight end.
Yeah, they got
Keenan Allen.
At the skill position, they are fine offensively. I mean, sure, you could go put another receiver there, but why? You still have defensive holes that I want to fill. I can fill again with the depth of this draft with receiver. I can go into the second round. They got another pick in the second round, like right in the front part. It's not like they got something later. I mean, they still have a good second round pick. They get a receiver if they're looking at that. But I think that I don't know, man. I think DJ Moore could be a relatively underrated receiver because he's gone off on several occasions. He just hasn't had quarterbacks that can throw it to him all the time. But
wasn't Penix Jr. like wasn't he like a second round draft prospect at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
40
David,
or something.
Prior to the combine.
Chicago's pick.
Their second pick of the night, and it's just the 9th overall pick.
Rome.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Wow, Rome Odunze. They did pick the wide receiver.
Yep. Good call, Eric. I'll give that to you.
The Jets just traded back.
Who did?
The Jets traded back. Minnesota traded back. Jets.
Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota.
Oh, so Minnesota is going to get JJ at number 10.
So,
Yeah.
but here's
Why would you trade? Where was Minnesota at 11?
Yeah,
11. But Jets obviously were talking to Broncos and Raiders.
So
I bet you the Jets are going to get 11 and 23 out of this.
Are you serious?
I bet you they said we'll jump up and we'll give you 11 and 23 this year.
No, I don't.
I don't think they're giving up both of the first rounders. No way.
Not for one spot.
No, it shows. It shows a trade between for the 23rd pick. Oh no, it's Minnesota. My fault. Forgive me.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not going to be those two. But look, real quick, what's funny to me though is this, man. Like, good pick, Eric, on the call on the wide receiver. I still wouldn't have done that because again, the defense still has needs. I mean, you could answer that right then. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
So what I'm thinking with Keenan Allen is like, hey, he's going to play outside, but we don't trust that he's going to stay healthy through the year. So we want a guy that's going to be ideally you can grow with and see if we can capture lightning in a bottle like Cincinnati did and see if we can turn this into a contender real quick.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, right? I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just know that when you look at the game of football, you got to hope that Caleb Williams can really put the points on the board, right, and not die. They still need some offensive line help, which is fine, and they didn't address that at all, which is okay. I mean, maybe Justin Fields just sucks that bad that their offensive line isn't as bad as it sounds because he got sacked so many times, on every 8 drop back. But that being said, I still look at the defensive side of the ball and say, look, you could definitely put somebody back there to help. I mean, you got to have some balance there.
Wow.
I
The
don't
Bears-
know what the trade is.
The Bears line was so bad that they were blocking each other on certain plays. That could have been because Fields is running around back there.
No, that's exactly why.
Oh my God. You guys, I know you guys are talking about Minnesota, and who they pick, but their fourth quarterback on their board is JJ McCarthy. The other three are gone. So if they do go quarterback, they will take him.
Oh, yeah, this is JJ McCarthy, Mark. I will put my I'll put David's. I don't know. I'll put some on it, man. Like I don't even. David doesn't. I'm looking at his background. I'm like, there's nothing you want back there anyway. But anyway, I don't want to give away any of my stuff.
So the Jets received, Sean, the 11th overall pick, the 4th round pick, and the 5th round pick, and the Vikings received the 10th overall pick and a 6th round pick.
That's not
that makes
fantastic. Sense. Well, maybe they could trade back again with.
Now you can get Brock Bowers.
Oh, you are. Brock Bowers is going at 11, and that's they went back one.
Brock Bowers is definitely going, but it depends on if Raiders or.
I just want to turn this to a fantasy conversation real quick. Anybody in fantasy football, don't draft Malik Neighbors or Roman Duze right away because their fantasy value based on the teams they just went to took a nosedive. Literally took a nosedive.
I would take a line. I'd take somebody on the line. I still think you got to build that offensive line. I think Rodgers has enough weapons.
No, they need. They cut both their tight ends. Sean, go ahead. Tell them about the Jets. You talk about the Jets.
Well, I don't like the pick. I wanted them to get an offensive lineman, but they're going to go Brock Bowers. They got it. I mean, from what they're saying and from what everyone's saying is this kid is a special player. He's going to be huge for years. You know, and I always bitch about this. I hate drafting tight ends in the first round. Absolutely hate it. There's been no tight end drafted in the first round that I thought, oh my God, this is amazing.
Did the Jets sign a wide receiver in free agency?
What's that?
Mike Williams.
Mike Williams.
Yeah, Mike Williams. We got Garrett, and we still have our other slot backs. I mean, which are slot receivers.
Brian Thomas Jr. might fit here too.
Hey, listen, hold on.
They're going
to draft Bowers. There is no fit. I mean, the reality is this: Brock Bowers, and this is. I think Brock Bowers might be the most impactful college tight end that I've ever seen. And I'm not talking. I mean, Kelsey was good in college, not that great, but he came great, right? Bowers was pretty much the offense in Georgia. Not to say he caught everything, but he is what drew the defense, and that's where you have what's his name? What's the white guy's name in Georgia? The receiver, McConkey. What is it?
McConkey.
Yeah, he's a Cole Beasley type. But the bottom line is Bowers created all opportunities for majority of that. I mean, he's a great blocker, but he's a much better receiver. He's just quick. He is comparable from the college time, not NFL Hall of Famer Gronkowski or Hall of Famer Travis Kelce, but when you're coming out of the college into that atmosphere, he's graded above both of those guys coming into the NFL, just based on his college.
It was OJ Howard, so it's yeah.
I got a question for Mark. I'm sorry. When after this pick is in, I got a question because I always hear this question asked, and I want to hear from an NFL alum. So maybe you can start thinking about it. I'll ask him. We'll wait for they're still on the clock. What was your welcome to the NFL moment?
I gave the welcome to the NFL moment. But okay.
Love it.
Let's see. You want it now?
Yeah. They're still on the clock. The pick's not in.
I just wanted to make sure because I was looking to see if the pick was in or anything.
It's in. They're just not walking.
Oh yeah, it doesn't show it. I've been refreshing my screen,
Yeah, it says pick is in, but they're just showing the Vikings cheerleaders.
Oh my
shake.
God.
I'm watching YouTube TV, so I'm watching ocean waves while I'm enjoying my Zen moment.
Good job.
So what was it?
Well, no, it was kind of funny. My welcome to the NFL was, of course, in Buffalo. The first weekend it would snow, when we had mini camp, and I tried to get some sweats, and they wouldn't give me any, so I had to freeze basically. But Carlton Bailey hooked me up. But you know what? The thing that was really cool is that defensively, they accepted everybody, but defensively, Bruce, Darryl, Biscuit, Kelso, Odoms, they all treated us as if we were like family. They didn't care whatsoever what position you were or anything like that. They helped you. They tried to make you better. And so, but I gave a welcome to the NFL moment to Thurman Thomas at the American Bowl over in London, because one thing I like to do, I like to hit. And we were in practice, and next thing you know, we're over there, and he runs a little swing route. And I was telling you guys earlier that I was pretty fast. And as soon as he caught that ball, I popped him, and he jumped up. He threw the football at me. And then the next thing you know, our guy Marv comes over to me and starts to talk to me. I'm like, oh my God. And Marv's like, yeah. He goes, you got to just slow down a little bit. We don't hit Thurman like that, and blah, 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 blah. He goes, I like your enthusiasm and everything like that, but let's not do that again, sir. I'm like, yes, sir. And so, but yeah.
There's the pick is in. Here it is.
JJ McCarthy.
Oh, well, guess that's wrong. He went first round.
2 Minnesota.
Bailey called this. So he told me 3 months ago, JJ McCarthy will beat Minnesota.
Well, that's good. It's a good pick for him to sit behind Sam Darnold.
Nephew, you won't sit behind. He's not sitting behind Sam Darnold. I don't.
Oh, he's sitting behind. He is sitting behind Sam Darnold. Guarantee it. Bet me on. Okay, look, here you go. You want to bet? I'll tell you this. On week 1, Sam Darnold will be the starting quarterback in Minnesota. I don't care about the rest of the season. On week 1, Sam Darnold started.
What are we betting?
I don't know. You can pick another Bills jersey that you're going to wear. I don't care.
Whoever loses has got to get just one strip up here, chest center waxed.
No,
I shaved my chest, so I win. Let's do that.
Okay, no, here. This is an even better bet. And if you guys could watch our be a part of our group chat, you'd understand. Whoever wins has to go 1 week without debating or saying Pittsburgh or Buffalo on the group chat. Oh, it's annoying. I mean, I love Buffalo, but these two will argue if the head trainer is better in Pittsburgh than Buffalo, and who fills better water bottles. And the water bottles in Buffalo are better because they're screw-on caps, while the Steelers have press-on caps. And I'm like, what the hell? It's ridiculous. So I just
I'll say this about Jeff. I think he knows my routine so well that he knows what buttons to push, because I could literally walk into the gym and I'm going to go ahead and rock it for about 45 minutes. And then I spend the first 20 minutes arguing with Jeff.
Yeah, I know it bothers you. It's good.
But
I mean, the fact is Jesse James didn't catch that ball, and Steelers fans want to keep saying it was a catch.
That was a catch.
No way. I mean, it was a touchdown. It wasn't just a catch, but
it was a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's why we need full-time officials. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, we really do, because that toe tap against the Cardinals was not real.
Oh, come on.
There you go.
Welcome. I love it.
He did.
It was such a great throw by Ben.
He was standing on his own foot. He wasn't. He didn't touch the grass. He was on his foot.
I think they've zoomed that in, and the NBC eat it or whatever they've done, and I think that's been proven.
That he didn't do it.
That's right. He went. They went to college rules on that one. One
foot in.
Well, they said Ben's a great college quarterback. Let's give him the college rules. And he's also a great college girl finder, from what I understand. Listen, before there were dating apps, there was Ben Roethlisberger. Just call Ben; he'll tell you where the girls from college are.
Oh my!
Hey, you know what? Let me apologize out loud to people. Hey, real quick, Ben, if you happen to see this, Eric had nothing to do with this. The fact that he's still on is we're holding him against his will. He wants to fight, like he wants to leave. He doesn't like when people talk bad about you. So I was just teasing. Sorry, Ben. That was for you, Eric, in case he ever watches us.
Yeah. I comment on his podcast, and it's pretty good. So if you guys ever get the opportunity, his podcast, they drink beer down in his basement. And,
I would never.
The college is everywhere.
Yeah, they tour colleges. Listen, I would never sit on purpose and listen to Ben Roethlisberger ever, like on purpose. He's not bad. Like he's not a bad. But I have no interest in him at all. I mean, but he did fine playing football. I mean, he's almost as good as Matt Ryan. But at the end of the day, he'll be there one day.
And I got after this pick because the Jets pick is up. Here you go, Sean, just for you.
All right, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu.
No, tackle.
Look at that. So there you go. You got a tackle.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
You didn't have Belichick to screw you this year, John.
That's crazy. All right, guys. I got to spend some time with the family.
All right,
Yes,
Mark.
sir.
I appreciate you, bud. I appreciate you.
Thank you for coming on.
Mark. Hey, before you leave, Mark, who's Buffalo picking?
Oh my God, I have no clue. I have no clue. We need a lot of things, and at that point in time, they're just going to go best available at the position that they need as far as receiver or a safety. So whoever's the best available at that's what I see them doing, unless they have to trade up because they think someone's not going to be there. But it's going to be a receiver or it's going to be a defensive back.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. All right. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Appreciate you.
No
Enjoy
problem. And you remember this saying, and you heard it. Okay. I know Bob's not here right now, but it's when you hear bikes, you just think about me or Bob or hold my pocket. Remember that. hold my pocket.
All right.
I got it.
A quick story behind that. Bob and I were going on one of our trips, and there's this comedian, and he talks about scared straight. And the two things that are hilarious is hold my pocket and bikes. It's hilarious. So
Karen, who just started following us, and thank you so much for following us, Karen.
Yep, bikes.
She knows about bikes.
She's one of my admins, and I'm doing a group for a group chat for the ladies, and I'm going to do a defensive class for them. And she's one of my admins in my group.
Cool. And one last thing, Mark, while you're here, can you just tell everybody watching about your Help One Foundation?
Yeah, I have a nonprofit called Help One Foundation, and what we do throughout the years, we do books, backpacks. We'll do a Christmas party. Not a Christmas party, but Christmas gifts for low-income families that have children with special needs. And we do we feed the homeless, or we do blessing bags also throughout the year. So we're always doing something to help out in the community.
So yeah, whenever you're doing something, just put that up on our group page, and we'll share it out, and hopefully we'll get you some donations.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Bye, Christina. Even though you didn't say much, your makeup looks good. I hope that filet mignon was good.
Thank you. Thank you. Were you in Buffalo for the Jets game? Was that you or?
Yeah. I was there.
Okay, so real quick, I wanted to go say hi to you, and I saw you over in Hammers a lot, and you were having a nice nap, so I didn't.
Oh, that was early then.
I didn't want to bother you, so maybe next time.
Yeah, you should have came over. Yeah, I was just relaxing because we had to get there at seemed like 7 a.m, but for a night game. But yeah, no, it was fun.
Yeah.
And so
Next time,
hey Mark, do me a favor, Mark. Connect with David. Let's get on a call, me, you, and him. There's a couple things from a nonprofit perspective that I've been trying to get after for about 3 years, and I've had really zero luck. I think maybe we can have a conversation. You might be able to help me with some of those things, but we definitely want to help. We want to bring a lot of. We always see like NFL players, professional athletes get drugged through the mud on all outlets, but you never see the highlights of the great things they do. I'm sick of that. So what I'm trying to do is to create a little bit of awareness of all the different nonprofits that exist by athletes in general. And let's highlight the greatness that you guys actually do on a day-to-day basis that no one puts on the news, unless of course it's that one game a week where they get to wear cleats that are cool. I want to do it 365 days a year so I can stop hearing about all the one-offs of the larger groups of athletes. So let's talk and see how we can get that moving.
Okay.
But I really appreciate what you're doing. We will definitely support your organization. So let's get together on that stuff.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All righty, Mark. You have a great night.
All right.
Bye.
And when Bob comes back, someone yell bikes.
Okay.
Well, I got it.
Okay.
All right, boss.
Bye, guys.
You take care.
That's awesome. Good for him.
Cool. All right. So yeah, I was going to tell you, Christina, I didn't know if you had seen him because he had gone up for the Jets game, and I know that they got in him and Bob. He went with Bob. So yeah, they had
How many times did you say Bob? How many, David? Do you know how many times?
Hockey.
In less than 2 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Hey, man, you know what? Oh man, I messed up completely. I saw a clip today, and based on what you did last night, I was going to send this to the group, but it was a video of a newscast, a woman and a man, and the woman starts off with, "There was a fire in the Bronx that killed 10 people in a fire in the Bronx," and the guy said, "Yep," and they said that the 10 people that died in the fire in the Bronx couldn't live because the fire was too hot for their skin, and then that was it. But it made me think to myself, how many times you said the word hockey last night? It was the same concept, right? And then just now you said, yeah, Bob went with Bob to Bob. They traveled with Bob. I'm like, did you just say Bob like 7 times in 3.2 seconds?
Hey, Bob, bikes. Mark wanted to say your bikes.
Bikes.
That's okay, awesome. The Broncos picked us in. Where do they go? Bo Nix?
I don't think they go Bo Nix.
Oh, they have to. Who else is there? What other quarterback is there now?
Karen's getting involved. Hold my pocket.
Oh, it's Nix. There's no other quarterback.
Yeah,
there's 5 gone. There's 6 that are. Bo Nix is going right here. There is
Spencer
no
Rattler.
Bowers.
No, Denver's going to quarterback. It's going to be Bo Nix. There's no doubt.
I don't think the value's there. I don't think he's the guy.
I don't think J.J. McCarthy's the guy, and you guys are sitting there saying, well, you're a Big Ten guy that's like, I think the Big Ten has really great quarterback.
No, the SEC is the best conference in college football.
I'm kidding anyway. I don't think the SEC have the greatest quarterbacks. I got to be honest with you. It's really difficult for me to pinpoint a college that is quarterback you. I mean, Oklahoma is probably the closest, right? But most teams, I mean, when you look at quarterbacks historically, there's not many quarterbacks that come out of a college that is just great.
USC,
not many.
maybe?
Who?
USC.
Yeah, give me 2.
Carson Palmer.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix is it.
Yeah, Bo Nix.
And I'm telling you,
Palmer, Liner. They've had a lot of quarterbacks that not
Oh,
necessarily.
they've had quarterbacks, but Carson Palmer was a good quarterback in the NFL, right? Leinart was not a good quarterback.
Palmer was as good as your boy Matt Ryan, I think.
Oh, he was as good as Ben Roethlisberger too. I mean, same concept. They're all the same.
You know, I feel bad for some of these guys because some of these teams, I don't know how Bo Nix translates to the NFL.
Listen, here's the reality. Bo Nix can throw the ball. He can sling it. He's in Oregon, but there's no defense in that conference, and that's the problem. But can he translate what he did in college to the NFL? Maybe, because there's no there is no conference that generates quarterbacks. It's just not real. It's not a good conversation because if you could tell me a school that has, I mean, BYU, Steve Young, Zach Wilson, right? I mean, you can give me
Jim
one
McMahon.
really good one.
Jim McMahon out of BYU.
Well, Jim McMahon was where though? I mean, in the grand, he won a Super Bowl, but was Jim McMahon even close to a great quarterback?
No.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying is if you look at a school and you could give me quarterbacks that came into the NFL, but if you can give me more than 2 great quarterbacks from that school, I'd be impressed. It just isn't. It's not normal. I mean, Notre Dame, Joe Montana, Pitt,
and then silence.
Pitt, Dan Marino, University of Miami, Ohio, Ben, Miami.
How about Stanford? Andrew Luck and John Elway.
Besides Andrew Luck,
Elway.
John Elway.
Elway. I forgot that Elway went to Stanford. Okay, there's your 2, and that's good. I mean, University of Miami had some good quarterbacks, right, back in the '80s.
Gino Toretta.
No, you had Jim. Where did Jim Kelly go to college?
Yeah, he went to Miami.
Right, and so did Bernie Kosar, right?
Yeah.
But that's and was Bernie Kosar great? No, he was a good quarterback.
I think he was. I don't think he was elite, but I think he was a very much above average quarterback.
Sure, he could be above average, Dave. I'm not saying that he sucks. Like I'm not saying that there's not decent quarterbacks other than the guy. I'm just saying when you look at college quarterbacks across the board, Oklahoma has some pretty good guys that have come out of it.
Jeff, ESPN actually did an article on this, and I was researching this because they have Oklahoma rated the best. And because they had Baker, Jalen Hurts, and Kyler Murray and then they put USC 2, and they mentioned Sam Darnold, Caleb Williams, Oregon. They have Oregon 3, Alabama 4.
Yeah, but see what that article bases upon is college performances.
Okay.
I guess what I'm saying is that if you and I'm not saying Oklahoma's number 1. I just know they put a lot of quarterbacks, especially.
So the Raiders pick is in.
Dallas Turner, man.
Oh, they're going defense.
No, the
Dallas Turner is still on the board. Can you imagine him and Crosby on each side? Holy shit!
Well, who's the tight end and who's the tight end with the Raiders?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Waller left and went to the Giants, but will probably retire.
I don't know if you guys heard this, but the
Brock Bowers to the Raiders.
The guy, the quarterback from North Carolina,
Drake May?
Yes, Drake May. He compared himself to Josh Allen, and I guess Belichick's response was, "We'll see about that."
Yeah.
That sounds like Josh Rosen. You remember when he came in and I'm going to be the greatest.
Hey, you know what, Eric? I'm glad you mentioned Josh Rosen because here's the deal. What's funny, especially that draft. I don't think you were yet watching the show when that draft happened. I think you came later on after the Allen, Rosen, all that stuff. Well, I got to tell you, Allen was not a favorite of mine, right? So I was very mad when Buffalo drafted him. I was also, but Josh Rosen I despised, right? And what's funny though, how quickly things change. And I'm not saying that I mean, it took me almost 3 years to be like, okay, Allen's, I get it. The first year I was like, this dude's whatever. But anyway, I feel so bad for Josh Rosen, though I felt so angry at him because he was such an entitled douchebag, right? Like I just hated the way he approached the draft. I hated the way he approached life and the things that he was saying that he was drafting. He's like, I'm gonna have these guys, I'm gonna show them. I'm blah 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 blah. And I was like, you're gonna do nothing.
Dude, this is insane. They have Jacoby Myers, Devontae Adams, Michael Mayer, and Brock Bowers. Oh,
who's
my
the quarterback?
God.
Who's the quarterback?
Abe O'Connell.
Yeah,
Gardner Minshew,
which means the Raiders finishing last in that division again. Unless, of course, they pull a trade off to get Justin Fields.
That is going to be
and then they finish last in that division.
Listen, that is going to be tough when you got those 2 tight ends like that. It's tough to defend tight ends, man. And when you're going to have two amazing tight ends along with your outside receivers,
but then you got to look at who throws it. Aiden O'Connell had one game out of 8 that was even relatively.
He came in as a rookie. He wasn't even supposed to
Let
play.
me ask Christina a question real quick. Were you among the fans like when we were watching? I was watching some old film of the draft when Allen got drafted, and you're a Bills fan. So were you one of those people like the Bills fans were at the draft that were just furious they picked Allen and they wanted Josh Rosen?
No, I wanted Allen from day one. I wanted him. He was my guy. I got called all kinds of silly names for years and years and years. And I feel like Regina George and Mean Girls throwing the papers down the hallway every time Josh Allen would throw a touchdown.
I was happy, and everybody else on the show was like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, my cousins. My cousins were at the draft party at the stadium in the field house, and the video when they showed Josh Allen, you could see both my cousins sitting there, and they were both shaking their head. They're like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, and he called me up. They're like, "I can't believe we took Josh Allen. Why wouldn't we?" I said, that was awesome. We got the best quarterback in the draft right here. And they were all, nope. I'm like, yeah, we did. And I was a Josh Allen believer from day one.
Yeah, I was not. But see, and here's the problem, Christina, when David says stuff like that. He was a Josh Allen believer from day one. But you know what else he was? He was an E.J. Manuel believer, a Trent Edwards believer. He's every draft pick.
No. I wasn't an E.J. Manuel boy. Look at, you know what? I was at that point in time during that time, I was a Buffalo Bills hopeful. Okay, because I wanted to believe that they got it right. I wanted to believe finally after 20 years they got it right. I mean, when you have to go through Trent Edwards and
I'm gonna defend Trent Edwards because
Trent Edwards wasn't bad.
I didn't mean Trent. I didn't mean Trent Edwards. I meant Todd Collins.
Oh,
I mean the heir to Jim Kelly. I mean, let's draft Todd Collins. But no, Trent Edwards was actually good till he got concussed.
I was at that game when Adrian Wilson lit him up, man. Yep. I saw Adrian Wilson looping around the left end, and I was yelling like,
"Duck!
You people make me sick. You make me sick. Look at me. It's been that long. It's been that freaking long.
Joe Namath.
I wasn't even born when this man was drafted.
You were born when he was drafted?
You gotta love Chad Pennington, man.
Mark Sanchez.
Hey, you know what?
You know what's funny? We had him until we shipped him off to freaking Miami, where then he really kicked ass.
He didn't.
Was actually one of the highest rated, QB rating guys, and blah blah blah. But he's got the butt fumble.
I know it's okay, Sean. Keep the QBR stuff going. I wish Mark was still here, only because obviously
Buffalo trades up here.
Yeah, I do too. Hey, but here's what's funny though. Here's a little historical stuff. I like to give a little tidbit of facts, but it's funny. In the big, long 20-year Patriots run, right? Only 2 times did they lose the division. And it's funny because Chad Pennington won it twice, once with Miami and once with New York. And that's it. And it's just because Chad Pennington was the guy in both of those places. Now, don't get me wrong. The Jets went to the NFC Championship or AFC Championship game twice with Mark Sanchez. They didn't win the division. But nonetheless, Chad Pennington was the guy who jacked up the Patriots and took on both teams. Anyway. All right, we got a Browns fan there. All right, I like your name, Miss Hubbard.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay, so who the hell is the Saints going to go with here?
The Saints? The Saints are another team with a lot of needs, but
Dallas
the Saints.
Turner. They just signed Chase Young, and they'll put Dallas Turner. Or who's Byron Murphy?
Who's their receivers besides Olave, Dave?
Jesus, that's right.
I mean, there's a oh, he's good. But there's a lot of things that the Saints need a lot of work. I mean,
I wonder if they go Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, that could be it.
Fast dude.
Do they go with Jesus?
Hey Bailey, after this pick, we'll talk to you about your Vikings and what you can tell us what you think.
We got to remove his background.
His aspiring athletic career.
Did you say you got a horrible background there, Bailey?
No, we got to remove the background.
Oh yeah, I would remove it too. You should never let him put it back. What's that? Oh, Dave, you're on ESPN.
Very, very real need.
Oh, never mind. That's Mel Kiper. No. I thought you were on the TV, but it was Mel Kiper.
Shut up.
Their clock as things are going.
Mike Mayock.
Well, no, I was looking through all these lists.
Oh, I can't
Hey,
listen.
oh my goodness, Stephen Little popped out of nowhere just to remind me what I said. He stopped. Listen, Steve Little stopped watching our show.
Steve Little taking receipts. He's bringing the receipts, Jeff.
He didn't like how I picked on Josh Allen a lot. But welcome.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Steve. Hey,
Stephen Little bringing the receipts.
Just make the right pick. And to me, tackles.
But you know what's funny, Dave? Those are receipts. But not a single one of those quarterbacks drafted has been to a Super Bowl. Just saying.
We've depleted all 6, for goodness sakes. There's still a lot of.
I mean,
tackles.
there was one of them that went to, or 2 of those went to the AFC Championship game.
Well,
One
Josh
actually got to the division.
Allen's dating the wrong celebrity. That's why.
That's the problem. That Josh Allen just needs to stop dating.
Well, I know where Indianapolis.
Eric brought it up to me that Josh Allen and his girlfriend look alike. And it freaked me out because I was like, wow. And I looked at it. Look at them side by side. Seriously. They look.
What's the pick?
Salise Fuaga.
Oh my God. I got another one right.
I told you,
Christ.
tackle.
I'm still sucking.
You told me a tackle?
This is a very like Samoan heavy draft.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. There's a lot of folks there. Man, good on them.
Not that that's a bad thing. That's a great thing. I just.
Oh, no. I know.
No,
but it is.
There's a lot of big boys out there.
So let's go around the horn real quick. Who do we think the Indianapolis is going to take?
Everything.
If they're smart, they're taking Brian Thomas Jr.
Okay.
They need a wide receiver.
They need everything. So who's the best player on the board at this point?
Dallas Turner.
That's who you take. The problem is Indy doesn't have anything. Like
I think here's what I think. I think with the Calvin Ridley going to Tennessee, you got Stephon Diggs in Houston, plus a couple other real solid receivers there. Cornerback becomes a big need in that division.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
I think the kid from Alabama, was his name Mitchell?
Terrion Arnold.
Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, Terrion Arnold. I was thinking of that. I think Mitchell's a kid from Toledo, maybe. But yeah, I think I'm going cornerback here. Just nope. Samoan and heavy.
Samoan heavy.
Wow, Steven is bringing it tonight. Love it. Christina, who do you got any ideas? Who?
I have no idea because I really only studied the top 10.
Okay.
I only studied for this exam.
Okay, so you know what? Just say Kool-Aid McKinstry because it is the coolest name in the draft.
Well, on the board, right? When you look at the board, it says best available. Dallas Turner is the best available. Right after that is the kid from Toledo and then the kid from Alabama, cornerbacks both. So when I look at Indy's needs specifically, I agree with you, Bob, specifically for that, and that's why a cornerback is probably. I mean, and oh, by the way, that's what they've talked about on SiriusXM for the past week when they're doing their mock drafts. Every draft that they've done. Except for they did one where they just picked offensive players. They did one where they just picked defensive players. But at the end of the day, every mock draft they've done for 2 weeks has Indianapolis taking a cornerback. Minus the offensive one where they did take a receiver.
And real quick, Bailey. So are you outlifting Dad yet, Eric? And how is the college? The high school. You're what? Like 8th grade?
Yeah, they did a college whatchamacallit.
scout team.
Yeah, but Bailey, you're a huge kid for being in 8th grade. How are the athletics going? What do you enjoy more? You like football? You like wrestling? What's up? Tell us about the.
Are you Samoan?
I like football. Today, I deadlifted 315 pounds. The college thing went good. I ran a 5.6 40-yard dash and a 5.3 5.10 5 shuffle.
Wow.
I went against a sophomore in the 1v1 drills. I pancaked him twice, and then on defense, I got to the quarterback in under 3 seconds. So.
Nice.
Awesome. So now, Bailey, tell me about your Vikings.
My Vikings?
Yep. What do you think about your Vikings?
I knew they were going to draft JJ McCarthy. That the trio is going to go crazy next year. Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson, and JJ McCarthy. We're going to have a solid 12-5 record.
A solid what?
12-5 record. We're going 12-5 all day, bro. I'm just kidding. That's a bad thing. We're going to go 10-7. 10-7. And then we're going to beat the Eagles, obviously. And then I think we're going to lose to the 49ers, which is fine. Can we beat them this year? So, I was bragging about it all week when we beat the 49ers.
Yeah.
And,
who was the quarterback? Was Dobbs the quarterback when y'all beat the Niners? Yeah.
And I feel like Sam Donald will start for 2 weeks, and then J.J. McCarthy's going to go in.
Yeah, I think Sam Donald starts until he doesn't do well, right? I mean, I think the idea is that, I mean, you play Sam Darnold with an offense that he's never had. You let him see what he can do to have J.J. McCarthy learn. But the moment that he fumbles the ball, if you will, or doesn't do well, then you bring in the kid. But I think that I guess in an ideal situation, right? Or like Eric likes to say, because I know he's standing right there. Ideally, Sam Darnold plays the whole year, and J.J. McCarthy can learn some things. They win some games, and then the following year he can get in and step in and be at a pace. Because what happened when Minnesota brought in that rookie quarterback they had last year? They had a rookie.
He got a concussion.
Yeah, he died almost, right? I mean, like he never came back and played for the rest of the year, and then they just drafted a new quarterback, right? So I mean, you don't put a kid on a team that isn't prepared to have a kid on a team. I mean, Minnesota's offensive line still needs some work, but I don't know. It's good. I think it's a good pick, but
I mean, it's not as bad as the Bears, but
yeah, that was a crazy pick. I mean, that pick at the worst pick is Atlanta thus far. That's such a baffling choice to me to pick a quarterback when you just signed a 4-year quarterback.
That blew up my whole
I'm still shaking my head about the Raiders drafting a tight end in the top 10 or top 15 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, I think they did that, Bob, because the fact is all 6 quarterbacks that were projected in the first round.
Coach could take an offensive tackle here too to protect Anthony Richardson.
I think Atlanta. I think Atlanta really screwed the Raiders because I don't think anybody tried to move ahead of Atlanta because no one thought Atlanta was picking the quarterback. So they knew that the 3 quarterbacks were going to Denver, Minnesota, and the Raiders. But when Atlanta picked, crazy.
I was going to say that Atlanta last year too, drafting Bijan first after Algiers had such a great year the year before. Didn't make a lot of sense at the time either, right?
No, it didn't. But that's because they have an awful coach last year.
Yeah.
Arthur Smith.
The Indianapolis Colts select
Latu.
Wow.
Okay.
What happened to Dallas Turner?
I don't know. Is he's the first defensive player off the board?
Well,
Latu was.
Hey,
he was highly rated.
Hey,
I mean,
David, stop talking for a second. Is he the first defensive player off the board?
Yes.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, actually, at one point they had him in the top 10, and then all the quarterbacks went into the discussion, and he moved down the draft board.
Crazy. So, real quick question for Christina and Bob. You probably didn't catch the show last week, but I always try to talk about Applebee's. The Roto-Rooter of America, and is now the official bar restaurant of the NFL. They serve the boneless wings. Are you a bone-in or a bone-out wing person coming from Canada?
So there's no such thing as a boneless wing. Let's just get that.
Boneless wings are chicken nuggets, so I like the bone-in wings.
All right, I just had to make sure, because Eric over there sitting there. If he's at a business meeting, he's eating the boneless wing. But who eats wings in a business meeting?
I do if I'm on the run, because believe it or not, I've had many meetings at Applebee's because I get my Smith's card at Applebee's.
Well, now we know what's wrong with you.
It's like ordering spaghetti at a business meeting. You just don't do it.
You get those half price, half cooked apps. That's right, Karen. You know it. Bone in with blue cheese.
Right.
Only way to go. Anybody? Yep. You probably eat boneless with ranch.
And to be fair, I mean, outside of I will have, if I'm sitting here on a Saturday, I'm gonna go do bench press, which I still beat Bailey in. He beats me in everything else, but I still beat him. I'll get credit. I heard you, Sean. I'll go ahead and I'll smash 12 bone-in wings, and they're excellent. But if I'm on the run and I'm in front of clients, I'll look like an ass with sauce.
You can take bone-in wings on the run. It's the same thing.
I'm gonna throw a twist in here. Are you people drumettes or wingettes?
It's flats. 100% flats.
I'm a drum guy, but I like them all, so it don't matter.
I'll take whatever people don't want.
Yeah, but I'm a whatever guy.
As long as there's blue cheese on it, not ranch.
Listen, I just want to let you know that through this conversation, what I did was muted everybody else when they were talking, and all I could hear was David. And I just want to tell you, David, everything you said exactly stands to reason. Just so you know, you take it on the run, and you're open for anything. And I like that about you, and your openness to talk freely amongst people. I will definitely cut this audio out, and I will definitely put my audio in and insert your conversation. You will answer my questions with, I just take it on the run. Oh,
Jeff, do we have to put it?
While listening to REO Speedwagon?
We were sharing a brain there, Christina. I was going to say dub it over that REO Speedwagon song.
Yes.
Photo handy.
I sound better than Kevin Cronin, that's for sure.
Oh, you're a terrible person.
But let me ask you one other question, Eric. Do you like the round nuggets, or do you like the dinosaurs? Do you buy the little dinosaur shaped nuggets?
Whatever's on sale, baby. Whatever's cheaper.
All right.
Yeah, I concur with that. If you're gonna go down the hole of the chicken nugget, if you're not getting McDonald's, you go cheapest available.
Yep.
Yeah, it's mostly lips and assholes and some tails. That's okay.
What is that from?
I remember Popeyes has wings now, so.
Popeyes wings are amazing.
Hey, they're overcooked.
What's that from?
Overcooked the hell out of them.
The Great Outdoors, the lips and assholes thing.
Yeah,
from the Great Outdoors, right?
Yeah, they're hot dogs.
Those hot dogs.
I just like the reference. I like references. I like Christina talking about REO Speedwagon. I like you using I like that. I like to try to pick those references out.
Does anyone have a better snack for football than a chicken wing?
Chicken wing dip?
Taco dip.
Food. I don't care.
I do make a buffalo chicken soup that's really good.
Wow.
So chicken wings for me are not a snack. They're my entree.
Yeah.
Drop a dozen in front of me on a day that I'm not too hungry. Otherwise, snack wise, just it's a good dip or something like that is go to.
So Bob, you do a podcast where you're drinking beers in your basement.
No, Ben Roethlisberger does.
And you will eat chicken wings as a meal. Me and you got to hang out, brother.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I'm
Hey,
with you.
Bob,
Yeah, I don't want to do anything related to Ben Roethlisberger. He's a little too rapey for me.
Hey, Bob, next football season, Bob, I'm going to be bringing Sean down to one of the Bills bars to watch a game. So you can actually see it in person. So,
or you can come to Albuquerque with us this year.
There you go. I want to.
Just don't let him go to the
Houston game.
Or Vegas.
Hey,
Vegas. Actually, Vegas would be even better because the spot we went to had like legit Buffalo style pizza and wings.
Yeah, isn't that Naked City or whatever?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You mentioned Vegas, and I'm supposed to go there on Sunday and hang out with Jeff and Dave. Oh, wait a minute, that got canceled.
Well, I'm not going. Hey, real quick. You know what's really awesome? Are you going to be driving from Phoenix to Albuquerque?
Yeah, we drive to Vegas, Albuquerque, Southern California. Me and Mark do fundraising events all over.
What I was going to try not to do is I was going to let you know, don't fly there and have David pick you up. You'll never leave the airport. Hey, David picked me up in Albuquerque, and I swear, you ever see National Lampoon, the original one? Hey kids, look, Big Ben. Yeah,
no, that wasn't the original one.
That was the Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon.
No, the Big Ben.
Yeah, that was European vacation.
European vacation. I got you. But yeah, when they drove by Big Ben, hey kids, look, Big Ben. Well, that was our airport trip.
Yeah, Karen, I made many wrong turns. I couldn't get left in the airport at Albuquerque.
No, and what we did was we said hello to the arriving passengers that were still waiting for their ride. Like 15 times. Like, hey, it's nice to see you again.
You need a ride? I'm just coming. I'm just doing this like roundabout.
Let me find my Uber sign. Anyway, it was rough. So just don't let David pick you up. Actually, from any airport. And if he does, just tell him to get out of the car.
Well, who the hell designs the park or the drive access to an airport? They're like, let's get people who have no idea or never go to an airport or have been to this airport and put like 18 one-way.
Listen, don't go to an airport where you put lines in the road and signs in the air for people to understand what exit means. That I don't know. I'm not sure how to read. I mean, that's a fundamental thing. But David, like the rest, just so you know, there wasn't a single other person doing what you were doing, which means that you're an idiot. Like,
and also, when we moved out,
not navigate a circle.
When we moved out here, when I moved out here, and Jeff came with me, Jeff also found out through Dave that Arizona has drawbridges. It was, dude. We were coming up through Springerville, coming out of New Mexico, and we were going up a hill, and there was a blinking light on top of the hill, and the way the road was, it looked like it was a drawbridge, and it looked like it was going up. And I'm like, why are you driving up a drawbridge?
Oh, no. Hey, Bob. Don't see when he listen. The fact is, David is an awful storyteller. David is an awful storyteller. First of all, it was late. I had been driving since Mississippi. Go ahead, Dave.
Wait till the pick comes.
Well, no, just real quick. That was the first thing my mom learned about these guys, Jeff and Dave. The first time she got on the show, they gave the story, and then her advice to me is, if you guys ever meet up, do not get in the car with Dave.
I agree. I am fearful for my life when David's driving.
Members forward station at Osan Air Base in South Korea.
Whatever. Hey, look at the pick. They're not. Is someone giving the pick from Osan?
Yeah.
But they're Air Force people.
48 miles from adversaries.
How to make a Boeing airplane. Don't put the screws in.
Yeah,
that's a little rough right now. Now that's a bad plane right there.
I think this might be your Dallas Turner pick here coming up.
That's an A-10. Hog, Warhog.
Back to you in Detroit.
Did they make the pick or did they just say hello?
No, they just said back to Detroit.
Well, then why the hell we go to Korea?
I don't know. I don't think the commissioner was ready for his cue.
I don't think so either.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed.
And thank you for that $4 million plug that you're paying us for that.
With the 16th pick
Oh, they are.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, The Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy.
Wow.
Texas.
Oh wow,
Officially a run on defensive players.
that's interesting. Hey, so real quick, Bob, I'm not going to rehash the whole moment, but we were driving, and I had been driving since Shreveport, Louisiana. David doesn't drive it's just me, but I'm exhausted at this point. But anyway, it's like the middle of the night. We had just escaped a long road of elk, which were absolutely ridiculously huge. And we get to this point, and like we're on, it's hilly. We can't tell because it's pitch black. But on the top of this hill, there's a blinking light, like so an airplane doesn't hit it, right? Anyway, but there's like this dark hole, like it just looks like an opening. But I realized that we're in Arizona and there is no like water or bridges. David, who's sitting next to me, is like, this is exactly what it looked like. I'm driving, and David's like, hey,
yo,
what?
The Vikings have traded up to Jacksonville's spot at number 17.
Are they gonna trade with Penix? Just kidding. Okay, good for them. They traded with who? Jacksonville.
We are a draft show, not a driving in Arizona show.
No, what I said is you said they traded with Jacksonville?
Yes, they traded.
Thank you for the update. But anyway,
wide receiver.
You think so?
No way.
Another one?
Dallas Turner. Not Dallas.
Oh, they got to replace the dude who they let walk.
They got to replace Danielle Hunter. So they're going to take what's his name, the other guy, the other edge.
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. Yep.
Turner or Robinson from Penn State is.
I'm really surprised that Turner's still on the board at pick 18 or 17. Hey, they said that the NFL broke a record right now by having 14 straight offensive players. Also broke a record by having 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first 12 picks. Those are just little.
The 5th round pick in this year's draft, 167, a 25 third, and a 25 4th.
Wow, that's not bad. Where did they move up from? 23?
Yeah.
And who is this? Who did they trade with? Jacksonville? So Jacksonville went down to they just swapped the first round pick.
Jacksonville went down to 23. Yep.
Do you guys see the difference in the draft rooms? Like everybody's like high-fiving, hugging, and then they showed the Raiders draft room and they were just like
yeah, we got screwed.
Well, they were like
face, like okay, be excited.
They were cussing out Atlanta. They couldn't help that they picked the quarterback.
Atlanta screwed them.
Well, I'm telling you, Atlanta screwed them. I don't know why they did it. It's kind of like the Steelers picking up Justin Fields.
There's 7 of them out there.
Dallas Turner.
You're right. That's a good pick.
Good pick.
Dallas Turner.
He looks pissed off here.
Oh, he's angry. He said I should have been the 5th pick overall.
That's right. Get a DN with the chip on his shoulder.
Yeah. I don't understand. It's like you just got drafted into the NFL regardless.
This is your Brian Thomas Jr. pick right here coming up, David.
Yeah, they have to replace Higgins because they're going to move on from Higgins.
And Hendrickson. What do we think of that?
I think that's crazy.
They need to protect Joe Burrow. What about Jackson Powers Johnson?
Oh God. Hey, you know what's funny? Real quick, Eric. I just want to say this. I like the fact that you asked that question. Because it's in her division, it's fine. But you know what? I just saw you're tracking where all these players in Buffalo and how bad it was. We were talking about. No one requested trades, right? No one's requested trades from Pittsburgh. No one's requested. I mean, I'm saying that because we look at teams like Cincinnati, for instance. We've said, and I've talked it on the show for the last 3 years, right? And I'm only telling you that you're going to finish 4th because I just want to hate on you specifically, right? I don't really believe Pittsburgh's going to finish 4th because I've called Cincinnati to finish 4th for 3 years straight. It's just the way I feel about their team. But here's what's funny. After a run to the Super Bowl, after a great coach and a great team and a great quarterback, well, Joe Mixon's gone. One of their number 2 receiver doesn't want to be a franchise guy, but he was already talking trade. Boyd doesn't want to go back, and now their best defender is requesting a trade. doesn't that scream? I mean, whether it's contractual stuff or not, that screams, I want to get out of this organization. That's a problem, right? I mean, and so when I listen to your, I think he's a cancer. Okay, that's cool. That's an opinion. Or I think this team has issues. I thought that A.J. Brown was leaving Philly, right? He just signed a 3-year contract extension because of the conversations that everybody's putting up out on TV. But the reality is when you see teams requesting trades, numerous players that are actually relatively important to your team, that speaks to the locker room, that speaks to the management, that speaks to a whole bunch of things. Cincinnati's got problems, right?
Well, no, wasn't he sure of that spaghetti with that shitty chili on it there, man, that nobody can stand. So you need to get somewhere with some good food.
Yeah.
You ever been to Cincinnati? You ever been to a game in Cincinnati? I've been a few times. These fans are so, and I felt kind of good for them to actually go to the Super Bowl in a weird way, because when I've been there, they're so beaten down by their organization that it's like, we know we suck and we always suck, and they're just a beaten down. There's just a bad vibe with the Bengals.
The same way I rooted for Detroit last season, man.
Joe. Let's see what they do. Make us some moves.
Hey, Steve wants you to finish your driving story, Jeff.
Yeah, bottom line is we're driving, and this dude goes like this. Look, I'm tired. Like, I'm legitimately tired, but I'm driving, and I'm fine. I mean, I dodged the elk. I killed a rabbit. But at the end of the day, this dude out of nowhere, like, screams, bro, hits me like in the chest. Bro, what are you doing? Oh my God, man, there's a bridge, there's a hole there. And I'm like, a hole? What are you talking about? He's like, there's a hole in the ground. I'm like, what are you? He's like, I think it's a drawbridge. I'm like, a drawbridge? A drawbridge? And do you know geography, bro? I mean, where is the water? Where is the rushing water that requires ships to come inland to the middle of the New Mexico Arizona border? And he's like, oh man, it's just a light. It's just, I was like, because it's just all of that happened is the road was like this, and it went down and around and then up because it's a hill. This dude, like, scared.
Full disclosure, I even though he was driving, I was also just as tired because I was awake with him the entire time. I don't sleep when somebody else is driving until I start to drive, and then I'm like, I get tired in 30 seconds. But the fact is, I was actually going to take over driving for him right before we hit the elk, and he was like, "Oh yeah, man, I'm getting tired. I think I'm going to pull over and have you drive." And all of a sudden, there was like 20 elk, like the size of, like, Jeffrey would call them minotaurs because that's what they look like. I've never seen over the car, and they were the big rack bucks. So as soon as Jeffrey went through that, he was like, "Oh, I'm awake now. I'm fine." And then we get down because we went through. I don't know if you're familiar with up in the White Mountains, Bob, but we went through Al Mapus Nature Preserve there at 117. So and it was like 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's when all the elk were out playing. So we get through the elk and we're driving. We're still in the nature preserve, and Jeffrey's like, "Man, I got to go to the bathroom." And
hold on. You're right. That happened. I want to make sure that we understand. There's context to this as well. So all the way, first of all, I've never used Google Maps after that trip in my life. It made zero sense to send people that didn't know anything about, like, I'm not an animal guy. I don't want to go through a nature preserve at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's pitch black. And these animals, like, I've never seen an elk in real life. I'm from Buffalo. We don't have elk. I'm in Tampa. We have small deer. That shit was a minotaur. Like, I was scared to death. Like, I thought it was a horse's body with a weird ass head. But anyway, I'm driving like excessively fast throughout the entire trip. And then we got there and it says elk crossing, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll see what they look like. Because I don't even know what an elk is at the point, right? Like, I thought it was just another name for a baby deer. Anyway, so I'm still driving relatively fast in pitch black temperatures. Or it's black outside. All of a sudden, not temperatures, but I see this thing, and I'm like, what is that? Right? It was enormous, right? So anyway, instead of driving quick, because there were so many, I had to go like 4.3 miles per hour, like, because I don't want to hit them because they'll destroy the car. Like, I mean, you just know that. But what was funny is before I had to stop to pee, David, we were driving slow, and there's this big ass elk on, like he's on the side, like he's right there on the road, like right there on the side, like looking at the road. So I drive real slow, like I was, and then I rolled his window down and stopped. So this elk is like right there with his big ass head, and David crawls on my lap, and he's like, "Close the window." I was like, "All right, bro. I don't know why you're so upset about this thing." I mean, anyway,
Is this the same trip you guys almost died in Dallas?
Yeah, the same exact trip. Oh man, every trip we almost die, and it's this dude. I mean, this guy right here. He just does dumb shit. But
yeah,
anyway,
you can't drive through Daily Plaza with your top down, man. Be careful in Dallas.
No way. Oh, and then when we were going back to New York the one time, we were going through Nebraska, almost drove through a tornado. Oh my God, that was
we drove through right before it came. Like you could see it was gonna be there was I guarantee you, we never looked, but we guarantee you there was a tornado. It was okay, pick us in, here comes Roger. Or maybe not. I thought it was. I remember you saying we were a draft show and not a tell a story of elk show.
Being a non-playoff season with Joe Burrow getting hurt.
Oh, there's a guy playing a saxophone. He looks pretty cool. Who is it?
For Brian Callahan is now the head
Is anyone else ready to just take their mock draft and throw it in the trash yet?
Oh, mine's gone.
Mine was good till Bo Nix, I think.
Oh Jesus! Yours was good because you out of the 30 ones you did, you said, "Well, I picked that guy and that one," and he might have been traded, but he
the only one I got wrong was Joe Alt.
I'll never forget how proud he was of Bijan Robinson. He's like, Bijan Robinson's going to be a Falcon, and he was right. And it was like,
I'll see. I'll look at mine.
I'm 6 out of 17.
Yeah.
What?
I'm 6 out of 17.
Mel Kiper said that Bijan Robinson was going to go to Atlanta. How coincidental is that?
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select
Amarius Mims.
That all but
he was one of your guys, right?
And all that guarantees that we're going to take Graham Barton at 20. Graham Barton.
Mims?
If Buffalo does not trade here, Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
We could see it. I'm actually you know, they restructured all that cap with Highsmith and their 19 mil under the cap. I'm shocked they haven't made a move.
Unless they're trading for Ayuk or Samuel.
I'm shocked that we haven't heard that yet.
Who's that?
Well, they cleared all that cap, so they got 20 million spent. I'm shocked they didn't go big game hunting and get a wide receiver that's already established.
I thought it was to pick up Najee's 5th-year option.
Hey! I'm wearing the jersey, and he didn't get traded. So I mean,
well, the draft's not over, and they already said they're not picking up Justin Fields' option. So
that's good.
Yeah, that's again. Eric, please explain this to me.
Yeah.
How they're not picking up his option.
Yeah.
Why trade for him?
So here's the idea: is they're going to sign him to a multi-year extension that's not $25 million a year, and the idea is if Russell Wilson doesn't work out, they have another plan in action.
He's not going to sign. So is he starting next year?
Is Fields?
Yeah, not this year, coming up, the following year.
I think it depends on how Russ does.
He ain't signing an extension. He's going to move on to somebody that will pay him money. Because there's some dumb team out here that's going to need a quarterback that Justin Fields could go to and get paid by. I mean, he's not staying in Pittsburgh because you were nice. If he's not getting playing time, is what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just, unless there's an opportunity for him to start, and you're not going to pay him a multi-year extension, and he's not going to sign a multi-year extension to sit behind Russell Wilson, regardless of how he sits. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It's ruining opportunity for his.
What did Certainty say? What did he say in the chat? He said they're going to both compete and they're going to play the best one. I think that's what they'll do.
Sure, I think they both suck. So I mean, at this point in their careers, right?
You know what's funny? What's funny is Wilson has a better quarterback rating than Allen had last year, right?
And I don't care. Mark Sanchez has a better quarterback rating than Tom Brady. I don't care. That I get it. That's a cool thing. I like it. Mark Sanchez ain't worth a shit. Neither is Russell Wilson at this point in his career. I mean, again, I like Russell Wilson. Like, I like the dude, even though he's a little bit of a weirdo. Like, I mean, he's kind of a little bit of a weirdo.
He's weird.
So, guys, we're about to see something that we haven't seen in about 8 years.
I know.
At the NFL draft, and that is the Rams making a first-round pick.
Oh, it has been that long, right?
Not in the McVay era have they had a first-round pick.
I think it would be awesome if they trade out the first round right now.
They should trade back to Buffalo and
keep his record perfect. Yeah.
I got Chop Robinson heading there.
Hey, what I think is really funny right now is that I'm not on any Bills pages, but over the last 2 weeks, watching the Bean's going to do a huge jump up into number 5, number 6 to number 7, all within the top 10. He's going to do it. Well, they're at almost 20. There's no movement.
Well, now, who is the highest rated defensive tackle left?
Defensive tackle?
I think Robinson's an edge.
Johnny Newton is a tackle, and edge is verse.
Mel Kiper thinks Chop Robinson.
I said Chop Robinson.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go defensive tackle. They got to replace Aaron Donald. Jahan Newton would probably be the
Johnny Newton.
Yeah.
Jihad. What?
Jihad. I didn't say jihad.
Oh my God.
That'd be a cool nickname for an NFL defensive lineman. You just got to wage jihad on the quarterback of the opposing team.
Poor Christina, we have been shutting her out all night. She's not gotten to talk. She's about to fall asleep because that filet mignon, which, you know.
And I had some pie just now. So.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
How's Mike doing?
He's doing good. He's upstairs watching minor league baseball on TV.
Well. Now, what is he doing for the Rochester Red Wings?
He's got the day or the game time grounds, guys that run out in between innings and rake the field. So he's doing that just to get some experience doing grounds, and he's doing grounds at the high school here, and he's also coaching high school baseball.
You get the big leagues doing that, you make bank.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's kind of what he wants to do, but then we were like, do we want to move? I don't know.
Where do you live?
We live in Rochester.
Yes, you want to move. That's an easy answer. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
We like it here. It's
no,
not,
I'm just joking.
So he's out of the fire department, right?
Oh, he actually just took a temporary leave because of he's constantly moving.
Yeah.
Right now, but it's only till like June or something.
Oh,
he's still in. He got an award. He stepped down from being a warden.
Oh yeah, I saw that picture. That's right.
Yeah, that's this thing here.
Yep.
They just gave him like a thank you for helping kind of award. He's still in. He's just not doing a lot of the same stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Verse.
Oh, Jared Verse. Wow, they did go edge.
Yep.
Well, here we go.
There you go. Come on, Eric. All right, you've waited all this time.
Did you see it? Did you see it? It just said trade. Watch this. Watch this, bro.
Where do you think they're going?
I didn't see trade. Where did you see that at?
I don't see it. I'm just making it up.
I didn't see trade.
I honestly, if I could trade down and get one of the top centers, and you guys would, the Bills. Okay, the Bills are going to give their second round pick to do it. I'd do it. But
you notice how nobody's given up their second round pick in a first round pick trade.
That's why I wouldn't do it. I have high prices, man. So if you're moving up 8 picks, I don't want no damn 50.
Yeah, but you don't really set them, which is really cool.
So let me ask you this.
I can't pretend I set them.
What is your most pressing need?
I would say probably interior line. Mason Cole was so bad last year that you can say, well, if TJ Watt played that game, they win. I think our center was so bad that you guys got interior pressure, which caused a lot of bad throws.
But you just went out and paid a 34-year-old quarterback $1 million to play for you because the other team's paying 35. So
we paid him $1 million.
Huh?
We paid him $1 million.
$1 million. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said you're paying him $1 million because the other team's paying him 35, and you have one wide receiver on your roster.
We can get a decent receiver in round 2.
Okay.
You can.
Well, that's fine with me. I'd be happy about that. I'd be happy if Philly passed up on him.
I think George Pickens is plenty enough if you get a decent number 2 that George Pickens will make plays the way he goes.
If you get a good receiver, George Pickens is the problem week 3. Why aren't you throwing to me?
That's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, that's an inevitability.
That's an issue. That's the problem. But in all honesty, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'd go Jackson Powers Johnson.
No, I would go Graham Barton. He's the best center.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Sean says in the chat. Sean put it up at 723 that Barton is the guy that he would choose.
Yeah, I think because, look, he's got explosiveness and he's got versatility, but he also has, I think, great awareness. And Jackson Power Johnson, he's got some medical concerns that's causing him to drop down in the draft. And that
have any of the cornerbacks gone yet?
No.
Nope.
Which is where you guys are going. The Bills,
Joey Porter Jr. is all they got.
What if you got Terry and Arnold?
Dante Jackson is not a bad corner.
Who?
He's
exactly. Exactly.
It doesn't matter, man. He wears yellow and black. The golden.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer soon.
He's the
better
next
than Ronnie Lott.
He's the next Ike Taylor.
Who's the next Ike Taylor?
No, any bad cornerback is the next.
You hate on Ike Taylor. But I remember him shadowing Chad Johnson from these top flight wide receivers all the time. Just because he didn't make picks doesn't mean he was.
The pick is in, Eric. The pick is in.
This is going to be Terrion Arnold.
I would be shocked.
I think it'd be really cool if you saw a trade for JJ McCarthy and give up their 4th round pick.
Everybody in Pittsburgh. I was talking to some of my friends over there, and they're like, "We brought in Michael Penix. We can't draft a quarterback and have 3 quarterbacks. It's going to be chaos." And they were worried about us taking Penix today, so I'm glad we didn't. But that was the only quarterback we brought in for a pre-draft.
You're carrying 3 quarterbacks because you've got Kyle Allen.
Oh, nobody cares about him.
Oh yeah, he's going to start more snaps for you than somebody else.
I bet
you constantly sign Bill's backups as in you signed our last backup to be your starter, and that didn't work out for you.
I bet you Mitch plays more than our backup does this year.
Of course, that's what happens when you're winning. You let your shit quarterback come in and kneel the ball.
All right, here we go, Eric.
What are you watching? Here we go. I'm looking at a merry-go-round.
Yeah, me too.
Well, that's because you're watching ESPN. They show merry-go-round. You like looking at
the Mercedes-Benz commercial.
You like looking at the little kids.
There's no little kids on the merry-go-round. It's just the merry-go-round.
You're a freak. You probably drive to the amusement park in a white box van.
Everyone around there asked me,
I bring candy with me.
Is the Deshaun Watson trade the greatest trade of all time? I keep thinking, Sean.
No, it is not the great. It's the worst trade of all time.
Well, that's from whose perspective.
Yeah,
I mean, Houston made out, but I think the Seattle trade to Denver was great for Seattle. Didn't really work out well for Denver. Herschel Walker was the greatest trade of all time, probably, just based on that haul.
Super Bowls.
What did Carolina get in return for McCaffrey?
After the Steelers pick is announced, Chop Robinson sitting out there. They probably think that
Number one,
maybe get Chop Robinson to help out opposite T.J. Watt because you have another pass rusher.
No,
having a hard time coming back. Cam Hayward.
No,
he's beat.
those are the two guys. I think.
Hey, all David just did was say whatever Mel Kiper said, just so you're tracking, because he knew. He doesn't even know who Chop Robinson is. I just heard of the commercial.
Cooper DeJean.
I would be all right with Cooper because he can play in the slot.
He's going to Buffalo with 20.
I think Cooper goes to Buffalo. I really do. I think that is the pick.
Been around or covered the guys that were media members up there in Seattle. So yeah, that'd be an interesting one. We were talking about him potentially going top 10 when we left the combine. Yeah, the fact that he would round out top 20, 11th player. Yeah.
What are they talking about?
Is Rich Eisen not the best freaking
coming out with the rating
announcer? You got Rich Eisen, and
yeah, I like him a lot.
And Andrew Siciliano. How does NFL Network let him go and got him off the red zone channel?
Here we go.
Idiots.
It is coming.
Hayward's coming out to announce his retirement.
Young men who embark on their NFL career striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field.
Okay, well, Godzilla's talking like, share, subscribe, and comment to
league's highest honor, Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year.
From the Couch Football, or From the Couch Sports Talk Radio.
Lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
I thought they were going to say Miles Garrett.
My back hurts and I can't play no more.
Hey, quiet.
My suit looks like I play for the Dolphins.
Family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league, and our world. Thank you so much.
Basically, don't be Rashi Rice.
Leadership.
Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Troy Fautanu.
Hey, they say Troy Fautanu tackle, but it says guard.
He's going to play center.
Yeah, because he's done that before.
I think he is center capable. I'll have to look this one up. I didn't see him coming.
That's what a happy old Samoan lady looks like, by the way. That's legit.
She's trim.
He's a tackle. I don't think he's a center.
No, he's not. Yeah, he's versatile, but he's a tackle.
Yeah, a guard is center worthy, not sponge worthy, but center worthy.
Oh, he's
sponge worthy.
He's a tackle.
Who said sponge worthy?
They're gonna probably trade up the second round because they need a center. But that's interesting to me. It looks like he's gonna play right tackle, and they're gonna move Roderick Jones to left tackle. I'm not sure. I would have gone Grant Barton because I think center is important, but they must feel like they.
Well, are you sure? With Russell Wilson, you want to have Broderick Jones as your blindside blocker, right?
He's left tackle. Yeah, and so this guy probably.
And that's the blind side.
Is that Russell's blindside, the left or the right?
Yeah, he's right-handed.
He's right-handed. He's left.
Oh, is he?
Justin,
Okay. I thought he was.
Fields is left-handed.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not. I'm just kidding. Justin Fields right-handed too.
And let me tell you something, Dave, about your Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper promised this morning. He says, "I guarantee they're taking Graham Barton." They didn't take Graham Barton, so Mel Kiper.
Yeah,
Mel
but just so
Kiper,
you know,
man.
I have to address this.
I don't want Mel Kiper.
It doesn't matter if you do whatever. Mel Kiper is on TV for 3 days in a whole year. And I guarantee right now, Mel Kiper, if you put his draft up against mine, I am doing better than he is right now. And I've only got 7 right.
I don't doubt it.
Mel Kiper sucks.
Yeah.
But that's where David gets his reporting from.
I do not. You're full of shit.
This is going to be another offensive tackle, probably, or
Miami.
I don't know that Miami's got to go defense. Miami's got to go defense. They've lost too much in free agency. We're losing Wilkins and losing the turd guy. What's his name? Vander Turd.
Didn't they lose a corner?
Yeah, they lost Xavier Howard. Or no, Xavier Howard.
Look at the division they're in.
Oh, see, I did in my last
Jets.
In my last mock draft, I had the Chargers taking Fashanu as opposed to Alt. So, but they did go offensive tackle.
You did 77 mock drafts, you dipshit. You made a bunch of changes.
This was the last one.
Yeah, the last one of what? 77.
Yeah.
Was it published? Did you put it out there?
Yeah, it's on the page.
Yeah, what was the one before that? And the one before that? And the one
that
before
was our
that?
group one. My own.
Yeah, you and your brothers, your sons have done a million of these things.
I am not David's son.
No, not you. Between DJ and Tyler.
Yeah, I had the
I was
Steelers.
going to say I inherited his hairline, but besides that,
yeah, I don't understand why he grows his hair back. Like he is.
Dude, I'm gonna shave it. I'm gonna shave it off.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you looked goofy bald, but you look mentally.
Oh, shut up. So you don't think you look goofy? You got no hair on your head, and you got it all down to your freaking stomach.
You're right. It's called gravity. It's how it grows. And no, I don't think I look goofy. As a matter of fact,
you're the only one.
Today.
You're the only
I got
one.
compliments today by a bunch of folks. And you know what they said, Dave?
I don't want to know.
Your brother, and good thing you don't look like him. I was like, you're damn right.
Yeah, I bet.
No, they did.
Well,
a lot of them are my.
No offense, you look like someone took a large divot out of a fairway and missed the ball with that hair. That's okay. Jeff's got the old the old pull bar, because if he's doing what he's got to do, they're just going to grab that beard and pull it back down. I don't have anything.
This
Bob is turning around like don't comment on me. And Eric, you're kind of the head slapper.
This pick is Terry.
You don't come up for air unless I let you.
They lost Xavier Howard. The Dolphins lost Xavier Howard. They're taking Terry and Arnold here.
So, Jeff, if you and I ever got in a fight, that is the first thing I would grab onto, and I would proceed to beat your ass into.
That's what his boyfriend grabs onto. It's the first thing he grabs on.
Bob, I will tell you this. in all sincerity, I got to be honest. I would offer the opportunity. I enjoy the challenge, and I actually enjoy the opportunity to provide that challenge to you at all. Like I'm equal opportunity. I'll give the challenge to anybody. There's a belt. I still hold it. But anyway, no. but that makes a lot of sense, and I agree with you. As there are many things.
I just say that because the worst beating I ever took was I was wearing a tie. Yeah, and the guy grabbed a hold of my tie and didn't let go. And from that night on, anytime I tended bar at this bar I was working at, I wore a clip on.
Yeah. Yeah, where do you go, right? You're exactly right. I mean, if someone gets a hold of it, they're going to rip your face off before anything else, and it's not going nowhere. You're right. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm very well aware. But if I was going to plan a fight, I would braid it, put it in a little tie, maybe dip it behind me. No, I'm kidding.
So do you think they go Terry and Arnold here?
No.
Christina,
Mel Kiper said that it's going to be the first white cornerback drafted in forever.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was asking if you ever beat someone down because everyone else is here talking about
the first white cornerback since Jason Sehorn.
It's crazy.
Not really. Like when I was in the Army and the basic training, they taught us how to like first level combatives, but I was the one getting my ass kicked. So
when were you in the Army, Christina?
09 to 17.
Oh shit! It's a long time.
That was reserves. I didn't.
Yeah. You went to Fort Jackson for basic training?
Yeah.
Where at? You know what company you were in?
Alpha 239.
Okay. Oh, Chop Robinson. Look at that.
Wow. Why were you a drill sergeant, Jeff?
Yeah, I was a drill sergeant, but not in 09. I was a drill sergeant from 04 to 07.
That'd have been
at
fun.
Jackson. That would've been great. Oh no, but she would have. Listen, if I was her drill sergeant, she would have remembered that. Most people do.
I forgot to do this, and we'll do this now because Sean asked me to do this, and I forgot to do it at the beginning of the show. But it's the 20th anniversary of the death of Pat Tillman.
Oh yeah.
Being killed by friendly fire in Iraq.
Friendly fire.
So it was friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
Maybe it was. It was fire. He got killed by fire.
Yes, he was killed in action serving our country.
Friendly is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
But no, in all seriousness, though, it is 20 years that he's been gone. Left the NFL, went to fight for his country, was unfortunately killed. Jeffrey's trying not to.
No, I'm listening. I'm watching it. I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay. And so I mean, that is the ultimate sacrifice, to give up a career, a lucrative career, to go into the Army and try to serve your country the best you can, and to not come back. It is a shame and it's unfortunate. So we do honor the life of Pat Tillman. Anything you want to add, Sean?
No, what you said is perfect. And, again, here's a person who left a dream job for people and gave it up for you. That's it.
I left the Holiday Inn washing dishes to join, and I don't get any praise. That was a dream job myself.
Because you're still sitting here.
Oh, well, that part too.
Go step on an IED. I'll praise you next year.
I'm good.
I joined to get away from a bad boyfriend.
Wow. We're just like, this is. See, I never served because I'm a pussy. So excuse my language.
That's
okay.
That's okay. It's okay, Sean. Everybody's got their role. You get.
There's a place for everybody in society.
There is. Man,
I was born to this, to give you entertainment, to make fun of Jeffrey masturbating with his beard.
So I was reading some of the comments, and the wrestling fans will appreciate this, and Dave, you'll appreciate this. I was reading reaction to drafting this guy to play tackle in all subject, and I'm sorry, I was not paying close enough attention, but everybody's comparing him to a Bloodline member. So yep. I love it. So ideally, we could be the villains, just like I'm the villain on the show. But anyways, I got a kick out of that.
There you go. You drafted the tribal chief.
The tribal chief. What do you think happens with him, by the way? I know it's a draft show, but do you think he's done?
Who? No.
Roman Reigns?
No, he's coming back.
Think so?
Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up they were drafting Michael Penix.
So now he's going to demand a trade here, right?
No, why does he care? Listen, at the end of the day, didn't he get $100 million or $180 million? There's no competition there. And if there is, he still has $180 million. I don't think Kirk Cousins give a damn. But I think that he's like, well, what organization did I actually get traded to that picks a quarterback like right now? Like, are you dumb?
They're the same organization that thought, Kyle Pitts was worth the 8th pick and Bijan Robinson was worth the 7th pick.
What is the worst division always every year?
The South. NFC South.
Yeah, and so, and why? Because they're idiots and they don't run the franchise.
In fairness, had they hired Bill Belichick, they would have drafted the 4th round offensive guard from Youngstown State.
That was his dog. That was his dog that year.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, and Cole Strange
So,
is a
where does Philly go here? The pick is in. Where do they go?
Well, they
Cornerback.
solidified their offense. They're going to go to the defense.
Cooper
Or
DeJean. Cooper DeJean goes here.
No.
Terry and Arnold.
Mitchell.
I'm just going to keep
Cooper?
saying cornerback until somebody
Yes.
drafts a goddamn cornerback.
Yes, especially because he's from Iowa.
Arnold. Oh, sorry. Arnold or Mitchell?
I think Christina's the logical Bills fan here on the chat because these guys want to throw it 50 times and have 5 wide receiver sets.
I want Jonathan Brooks. What are you talking about?
Defense wins championships, so hey.
Not our defense. Maybe
Not
if
our
we had-
defense,
not- not
which
if
is why we
maybe
have
if
no championships. So
Well, maybe if we had a defensive coach who at
funny.
least want to call it defense.
Warren Sapp said the last time a defense, I mean, he just said it 2 days ago. He goes, in the NFL, defenses don't win championships anymore. Bottom line is it used to, and now it doesn't. Because
that's
great
why you-
defenses.
That's why you're not the logical logic. I mean,
I don't know.
you're listening.
defense wins championships all across the board in sports.
You're listening to Warren Sapp.
No, well, I'm listening to a guy who had probably a top 3 defense of all time when they won the Super Bowl. But here's the deal: you can, you can go Google if you want champions of the last 5 years and tell me which one had the top defense of those.
Kansas City was pretty good last year.
Oh no, they were pretty good. You're right. They actually had a good year. They weren't the best defense in the NFL. As a matter of fact, they played against the better defense and they lost. The better defense was San Francisco in the stats, right? They just had a really good run in the playoffs.
I don't believe anything Kansas City does anymore. I think it's just it's an illusion.
Kansas City's
I
crazy.
think we need Mark Maddox to start being a referee in the football league. That's really cool. We had him on the show tonight.
That was cool, and I'm glad that he ripped into Goodell.
Mark's a good guy. I love hanging out with him, man.
He's amazing.
One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata.
The Eagles select Jeffy Dahmer.
When the fuck we get ice cream?
New York.
We get ice cream.
I love that. That's probably one of my favorite lines of any movie ever.
That he is, Karen. He is a great guy.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful
How does he have the draft pick out there? This is predetermined.
in the 2024 NFL Draft.
What time is it in Australia?
Quinion Mitchell, defensive back for leader.
Quinion Mitchell.
Oh my God! I got another one.
I got that one.
All right. Well, now Jaguars we're on, right?
Yeah, they're gonna go defense.
Terry and Arnold.
I had oh no, he was already picked, so it doesn't matter what the fuck I said.
That'd be awesome if Buffalo jumped ahead of Dallas again this year and took Brian Thomas Jr. because I know Dallas needs a wide receiver. They did it last year and took Dalton Kincaid. That would be funny as shit. Didn't they trade with Jacksonville last year too?
Oh,
Buffalo? Didn't Buffalo trade with Jacksonville to move up ahead of Dallas and take Kincaid?
Yes.
Oh, that would be so awesome if they did it again and
I
took
know Dallas
Thomas
is
Jr.
about that. That was funny.
I know you want Cooper DeJean. I get it.
I want
I
you
think
to.
you're gonna get him.
I want you
you
to draft.
think Dallas is going receiver?
What?
I want you
You
to
think
draft.
Dallas is going receiver?
No.
Yeah, I think they are. They need one. They got CD Lamb.
And
They got Michael Gallup. They have CD Lamb. And they're re-signing. They're re-signing Ezekiel Elliott. They don't
do
have an
what?
offense.
They're re-signing Zeke to play behind Najee Harris.
You go.
For a third and a fifth.
I might consider a third.
In 20 years.
You're just so full of hate. It's every other word is just some sort of hate that comes out about Ben Roethlisberger.
Anything that makes you feel as though it's a good thing, I'll definitely add the pause for effect, and then something that's awful. I'm good at this game, Eric, of shit talk. I'm actually like I could do this. Yes, Dave.
Jacksonville. What did I have them? Who did I have them pick?
I don't know. Wait for him to select it and say you got it right. I mean, that's what I've been expecting all night.
Gardner Minshew has more.
How did Jacksonville
than
Jacksonville traded? I had him take Brian Thomas Jr. in my mock. That's who I had Jacksonville take.
They still could. He's out there.
No, I know.
He ain't stepping away. He ain't stepping. The dude just got. I mean, the dude gets paid, man. You could boo him all the time, and what he's going to do is go take a shower in his dollars. He's like, boo, boo. Stick the dollars in my ears.
Dollars.
What is he, fucking Scrooge McDuck?
Dude's taking showers in dollars.
I got to share a story. With the Jesse James catch, I called the NFL office to talk to Roger Goodell for 7 straight days. I was so butthurt. And on the 7th day, the secretary actually put me through to his voicemail. And it was the most proud moment. And I had it so prepared. And so I got on that voicemail and I ripped him an asshole. And I felt better about my life. And so just know that I got to his voicemail about the Jesse James catch. And that was my greatest victory. The fact that he heard my frustration.
Yeah, they gave you the voicemail of Roger Goodell, not Roger Goodell.
Hey, Dave. Hey, real quick, Dave. Let me just say this. I want to let you know right now that what you just did was proved that you would be Selena's president of her fan club in that movie. What I mean by that is, I have any of you all seen the movie Selena before?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's and
anything for Salinas.
Yeah, Salinas, right? Well, I tell Eric often that he should never be the president of Ben Roethlisberger's fan club, because the moment that Eric says, "I love you, Ben," and Ben doesn't return that same affection, Eric becomes a psychotic killer and shoots Ben. and I'll tell you, the fact that you called the actual Roger Goodell is Jesse James. That's why when you say we're the same, I promise you I've never called Roger Goodell.
Hey,
I don't.
My brother, listen. I was at a game and I was on the 50. I was down there and Ben was warming up, and I made eye contact with him, and it was one of my most proud moments. I was like, "Oh my God, this guy's actually looked at me," and I was yelling, "Ben, I will have your babies." And so that's no joke. I love it. He gave me the strangest look, but boy, I was proud. We made eye contact that day.
You think? Listen, first and foremost, you probably weren't a college-age student, number one. Number two, I don't necessarily know if he goes that way, right? I mean, it's 2024.
I'm just kidding.
I know you.
I did yell that to get him to look. So
sometime during the season, have me back, and I'll tell you guys the story about why I spent an hour and a half on the phone with the head of NFL security after I attended my first game in Buffalo.
I like that already. That's awesome.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Let's see where we go.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
Yep, bingo.
So Dave's going to claim this is.
Who is that dude in the draft room? Wow. That mustache is killing it, brother.
Oh no, but now
you might get your Cooper DeJean.
So who does have? So real quick,
Dallas. What the hell do they do?
Yeah, but okay. So who are the receivers in Jacksonville now?
Jacksonville has
Thomas Jr.,
Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Zay Jones,
and Brian Thomas Jr.
They have somebody else. I know that Calvin Ridley left, but they got someone to replace Calvin Ridley. Who was it?
I don't remember.
Jesus Christ, where the hell did fuck? Latham getting picked so early fucked me, man. No, along with everyone else, but
I had the Jaguars not trading, and they took Thomas Jr. at 17.
Oh,
so it's still right.
Gabe Davis is the answer to your question.
Oh yeah,
there you go. I knew they got somebody. That's a pretty decent receiving core.
No, Gabe Davis went to Miami.
No, Gabe Davis went to Jacksonville.
He went to Jacksonville. Jacksonville likes Buffalo sloppy seconds.
They sure do.
I did a whole series on that. You're right. I'm an idiot.
They got Zay Jones,
They
Gabe
don't believe
Davis,
the
and
bro
Mitch.
coach.
That's not a bad receiving core. And they got good backs.
Did the Eagles take Chop Robinson?
Yes. No, Miami did.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, so far I got 7. I got 7 right.
So next year, this will be your moment, right? I got Bijan Robinson right. I got Brian Thomas.
No, I got 7 right so far.
7. Fuck, and I got Latham going to Dallas. And
No, that Michael Penix pick fucked up the entire draft, man. It just like threw everything into a.
Yeah, it says that Cousins is confused about
Confused?
it. Confused and stunned.
Yeah.
Fuck. What do they do?
I would be too, considering.
I mean,
I would not actually be surprised to see Buffalo trade out of the first round.
No, they're gonna get Cooper DeJean. Stop it.
I don't know.
I will take
Arizona. Arizona picks before them.
Arizona picks before Buffalo?
Yep.
Oh, I had them getting Kool-Aid.
Green Bay could take Cooper DeJean.
No.
No. Don't bring that shit on me, Bobby.
Don't you put that out. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Don't bring that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. I can't feel my leg. I can't. Don't you bring that shit on me, Ricky. In my mock draft, I had Buffalo taking Xavier Worthy.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, they could go Xavier Worthy.
I have Tampa Bay taking Jackson Powers Johnson.
Oh, they look at the Jerry Jones sign someone's holding up.
You guys remember?
You said that name for like 4 different teams, Dave, just so you know, by the way.
Huh?
You've said that dude's name for 4 different teams. At some point, you're going to be right. And that's really good.
Shut up. No, I'm just talking about my mock. Freaking shit. I have Green Bay I had Dallas taking Troy Fatanu, which that's not happening now because he was already drafted. I have Green Bay taking Cooper DeJean, Tampa taking Jackson Powers Johnson, Arizona taking Nate Wiggins, and Buffalo taking Xavier Worthy. Detroit taking Christian Hayes, Baltimore taking Adonai Mitchell, San Francisco taking Tyler Guyton. And
all right, bro. Okay, listen, no one wants to hear your list. Wait till they come back and do it again. Like I don't understand why you're
because
doing
I don't want you to sit there and tell me that I have this guy for this guy, this guy for this guy. I'm telling you who I have.
No, but and that's cool. But the bottom line is that dude you just said about the 4 names, dude. You've said it for every team to include Pittsburgh, and you said
well
it for,
because I know those teams actually.
Because if he would have fit, you would have said, "I told you." He was going to go there.
Bob, why are you getting in on the action, Bob? I don't understand you. I thought we were like this, man, and now look at
timeout. I got it, Bob. Since he's commenting, I was reading your 57-0 story the other day.
Yeah,
you got brought in there at goaltender. Would you do worse at goaltender than 57?
Oh, he was not a good goaltender. Now the flip, David was not a good goaltender.
No.
Me? Oh, I was the trick.
Yeah, but I was a trained marksman. I could tell Jeffrey exactly where I was going to shoot the puck at him or the ball at him, and I would be down in my basement, and I'm sitting there, and we used to get our water used to leak in the basement, so I had this tennis ball, and I got it all nice and wet, And I'm like, Jeffrey, this shot is coming right at your nuts. And I went, whack.
He said, Jeffrey, this shot's coming at your eye. Whack, because they don't wear a helmet. Listen, let me, and it's fun. Oh, by the way, real quick, and
Dallas
we got
with Detroit.
They did?
Yep.
That older gentleman was very happy about that.
Oh man, if I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm livid, bro. Nothing in the offseason, then you trade back.
We're all in. We're all in on this draft.
Ooh, I like that Lions necklace.
Christian Hayes, offensive tackle.
What if Dallas trades for T. Higgins?
I mean, there's a bunch of folks, but I think they're going to trade for Najee Harris here in a minute.
I will take a second-round pick.
They're not giving up a second round. No one's getting a second round. Najee Harris ain't worth a second round pick.
Then I don't want to trade him.
Well, you don't want to trade him anyway, and the reality is that doesn't matter. You could say I don't want to trade anybody, and guess what happens? You don't have much of a.
Dallas receives.
I'm putting my good vibes in here, Jeff.
Number 73, and Detroit got a 6th-round pick.
So what is it? A third
for the 1st and the 6th.
And they're not falling that far. That's not horrible. Because they don't know what they're doing. Jerry's probably sitting around there.
Offensive guard Christian Hayes is who I see. That's what my mock says.
Based on where Detroit was, or based on where they are now?
Based on where they were. Where they are now, do they need cornerback help?
Yes.
Then Nate Wiggins.
That'd be a good pick. That'd be a good pick.
I'd buy it. Oh no, he's already gone.
He's not the best. He's not the best corner left.
Christina, wouldn't it suck if Detroit stole our thunder and got Cooper?
Yeah, why would they draft?
First time they've broken my heart.
But why would they draft Wiggins before DeJean anyway? I mean, Wiggins is fine.
I don't know. It depends on measurables. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the thing about Cooper DeJean is he's versatile. He can play cornerback or safety.
I love Kool-Aid in this. The best nickname.
Oh, Arnold's still around? Arnold would go before Wiggins.
If Cooper don't go here, he goes next pick.
Okay, but again, if they're going corner, I don't understand why Wiggins would be the guy you think they'd pick.
Well, I don't know their measurables, and I don't know what their.
Terrion Arnold is better. The fact that he's still on the board is interesting to me.
Terrion Arnold? I thought he was drafted.
No.
Oh, well, then they go Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, I would think.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The guy from was drafted first.
Right, from whatchamacallit.
No, who's it? Quinion Mitchell. That's right. I thought was gone. So yeah, if they need a cornerback, they go Terrion Arnold.
Hey, so check this out, Eric. Just for context from what Dave was talking about. We moved into our townhouse when I was 6 years old. They bought a pair of
6.
Huh?
You weren't 6.
I was 6.
Not when we played hockey.
Listen, you didn't hear what I said. I said we moved into our townhouse when I was 6.
Right.
Listen to your ears or open them so you can hear. We started playing hockey, Dave, when I was 8. And I'll tell you, just think about the age. I'm 8 years old. David's 9 years older than me. So he was 16 years old, right? When I was 8. I mean, 17. Oh, no. You are 9 years older than me, dipshit.
Not when I hit you in the nuts.
No, you were 18 and 19.
No, that was.
That's not how time works. You're either 9 years apart or not.
No, but that was later on.
Yeah, listen, Peckerwood, you're trying to talk on a story that I said listen for the context, but you're acting like I'm telling the fucking story. You're a moron. Shut up for a minute. So Eric, we moved in. He's 9 years older than me, right? When he first got me the goalie pads to wear, I couldn't have 4 straps for grown folks that you put behind your ankle, on your calf, on the back, right above your knee, and on your thigh, right? You know where they go? I got to strap 2 of them.
Darian Arnold.
I told you, Dave, they wouldn't pick Wiggins, moron.
Well, because I realized Tarian was still there.
Yeah, pay attention. This is a draft show, not a hockey talk show. Anyway, so bottom line is, I used to stand there with pads on that I couldn't strap because I was too small. I had a stick and a waffle and a baseball glove, and I just stood there. And they would shoot the puck at me, or it was a tennis ball and a street hockey ball, and I would just stay. I couldn't move because I'm too small, but they would just clobber me. They weren't trying to score; they were trying to torture me. And then I'd go upstairs crying to Mom because he hit me in the throat and the balls in the face. And that was when I was young. Then I got older, and they would still do it. And when I say older, 10, 11 years old, but then I started to really get good. And then they used to get so mad because they thought they'd have like a goal, and I get them.
I can kind of see why you're got so much anger to you.
He's got
aggression to you, right?
Yeah, that's why whenever he gets those opportunities to take it out on me, he does. For all the years of abuse I put him through. We used to play football next to the house, and when he was younger, and he would go like, I'd be like, okay, Jeff, you just got to get past me to score a touchdown. So he'd get the ball, he'd start running. I'd let him run past me. Then as he got like a little bit past me, I'd reach back with my hand and grab his shirt and stick my leg out and yank him back and trip him.
Hey, listen. I want you to consider this for a second. 17-year-old kid doing that to a 9-year-old or 8-year-old kid. And I want to let you know that is abuse, right? And so that's fine. And he tells the story proudly that he beat the shit out of me when I was 8. But I will tell you what he won't tell you proudly. He ain't doing that shit no more. Like I would say, there was a quick moment.
I made him who he is today.
Yeah, and right now, like I'll tell you, I make him cry. I would make him cry. It's funny. Yeah. For years where I couldn't do nothing, and that's all they. I mean, and oh, by the way, I was the youngest of everybody. So my cousins, all his age, I was the little one. Man, I mean, they took care of me. Don't get me wrong. They also beat the shit out of me all of the time. And it's okay. Then I got older, and now it's really funny how the conversations change. Like over online, like the virtual stuff is funny. David gets frustrated, but if it's like if he was sitting next to me. Different conversation. He's like, "Can I please use the bathroom?" I'm like, "Sit down, don't move." And he's like, "Okay." And so he asked permission for everything. Can I eat lunch? Not tomorrow. Okay.
I'm surprised Jay hasn't jumped back on to talk about Kool-Aid or Cooper. Jay, he'll come back on and say stuff.
Who's Green Bay got here?
I have him taking Cooper DeJean here.
Nate Wiggins.
Wiggins would be a good pick here.
But I know they were high on Kool-Aid too.
Who doesn't get high on Kool-Aid, man?
There you go, Sean.
You gotta snort that powder. The grape is the best. Doesn't burn as much. Hey, did you guys know that if you take Coffee Mate coffee creamer and you pour it out and you take your lighter, it'll burn?
You got a lot of free time.
I think I saw that in one of these like prepper videos that I watch.
Yeah,
like the plastic bottle will burn, or the
the actual powdered creamer.
Yeah, because it's phosphate. It's like
the powder. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, he acting like he knows. He's gonna go back. Honey, go buy me some Coffee Mate. I gotta see this shit.
No, I got that shit now. I think the powder, flour. If you put it out there and it's a dust, you can light it on fire. It's not phosphorus. It's fucking physics. Any aerated solid will catch fire if it's small enough. Sorry, I didn't mean to go
wiener?
Ice nerd on you.
I believe Sean. He sounds like he knows exactly what he's talking about there.
Yeah.
I say that with not even a hint of sarcasm.
Well, I appreciate that, Bob.
Yeah.
You mean the little smallest of small, like that small, Sean? Like,
Hey, real
Yeah,
quick.
why don't you try like on the top of your head? See if that catches.
oh, I know that will.
Hey, did the dude that got drafted by Detroit have a picture of something in his shirt from the Packers?
No, it was a picture of him when he was a little kid.
Oh, okay. Oh, ESPN. Cousins left stunned.
Yeah, you missed Christina's conversation.
I said
No, I
that.
heard her. No, I heard her say it. I just got the. I mean, it just came through as a. No, I heard her say that it was. Where did you see it at? Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook.
Yeah,
I mean, is that what it was? I mean,
Christina's
it was-
a woman, you don't want to listen to her. We understand that, Jeff.
No, I listened to what she said. I'm not saying it. It was an ESPN notification. It just came over my phone. I heard what she said. I'm just reading what it said.
Quick question. Okay, here's a good question for y'all. If you're Kirk Cousins, would you be stunned or delighted?
I'd
Because
be
you
pissed.
signed
I'd
a
be pissed
guaranteed
off.
contract.
I'd be pissed.
No, I'd be pissed because if you're going to just draft a quarterback, I mean, you could have drafted a receiver, a tight end. You could have drafted a offensive lineman. You could have drafted someone that could impact the game. Instead, you drafted a dude.
You just got $140 million guaranteed. And all of a sudden they bring in this young buck if he takes over for you, dude.
No, I don't think in any kind of way he's stunned because they got a quarterback that's going to take over for him. I think that at this point in his career, he's trying to shut up the critics and say I can win a Super Bowl. And then when you look at his teams that he's had, he's never had a top 5 defense. He's had offenses that have been prolific every year, 4,000 yards every year, a great TD to touchdown to interception ratio. Yes, he's only won one playoff game, but at the end of the day, he's never had a defense. So why put me in a position to get a quarterback that can't help us at all?
Okay, you know what? I will take that argument because that is true. Like fucking help me.
Yeah,
help you. Help me help you.
Oh man,
look at-
Jordan Morgan.
Oh,
I don't think any
Oh,
NFL player would want to see their team draft their potential replacement. There's just too much competitive spirit there. They want to play. They don't want to hold a clipboard.
No.
Yeah, I hear you, but
Hey,
who
look,
the fuck is
that's a
Morgan?
crazy pick right there, no?
Oh.
Like who really is Morgan?
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense though. I think that was that's their biggest need by far. If you looked at their what their big board rankings were, Arizona.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be Any Given Sunday, right? I'm gonna be playing that movie, watching the Atlanta Falcons next year, which is, by the way, the greatest pro football movie of all time.
Any Given Sunday, I totally 100% agree.
Yeah.
Oh no, no way.
Oh, don't.
I'm a big fan of North Dallas 40.
Shit. Fuck that.
North Dallas 40. Come on.
That's bullshit. Totally disagree with that.
The Replacements is better than all of them.
Oh, that's a good one.
Falco, because Falco is comparable to Flacco. That's why I used that yesterday in our
Joe
argument.
Flacco is elite.
What?
He is elite.
Who is?
Flacco.
You mean Falco? He wins in waiting moments, right?
Joe Flacco, in no conversation in history of life besides out of your mouth, is as elite.
I think history will disagree with you, Jeff, because he had that run to the Super Bowl and that playoff run. And honestly, I think your guy would trade every moment he's had in his career to have one moment like that.
That's cool. Doesn't make him elite. There's nothing elite about Joe Flacco at all.
What he did was
Zero.
incredible. He went to Denver.
Hey, so listen, let me ask you this. So in that thing I showed you where Matt Ryan was ahead of Ben Roethlisberger as far as Hall of Fame points, is Flacco above Matt Ryan? Because he's got to be. If that's the case, he's better than Ben Roethlisberger,
Who's
right?
making the points?
I don't know, man. It's what the points are for the people that are in the Hall of Fame. I don't know who makes the points.
No. Those aren't for the people in the Hall of Fame. That's Pro Football Reference. Somebody is compiling stats and making their own made up Hall of Fame.
And they're probably based on some level of real stats, right?
I don't know because I've never seen that stat before.
I sent it to you.
I know. That's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, which shows that Ben is behind Matt Ryan.
You're just so fillet.
But I mean, I don't really care where they line up. Either way, they're equal. I mean, one could be better than the other, but it's not like one's 45 steps ahead. They're fine. Matt Ryan, Ben Roethlisberger, same guy. Insert Phillip Rivers, you're good to go. Insert Eli Manning, the same. But here's the deal: Joe Flacco is not in any one of those conversations.
Your dream is still alive, Christina.
What makes you hate Ben so bad?
Because he's an okay quarterback. I mean, it's not that I hate him.
I mean, he's only what your guy is if your guy won championships.
Okay, but he's only what his championships are because Jerome Bettis won him and Marvin Harris or James Harrison ran a 99-yard touchdown. I mean, it's cool to have complimentary shit. It's cool to have like a horrible game, have nice drive, and a good 99-yard interception return for a touchdown, and then say Ben did something great. And there's nothing spectacular there.
The Immaculate Redemption wasn't a spectacular weighty moment, huh? When he had to, he was in goal line and he has nobody that's got any speed and he tackles Nick Harper. That was pretty clutch. I mean,
what happened?
You remember the Indianapolis game where Jerome Bettis dropped the ball on the goal line and he's got nobody with speed, and it's like they're going to lose the game if he can't make that tackle, and he tackles a corner and saves the game. Then Vanderjagt goes in and misses the field goal.
Oh, so his tackling skill makes him elite now because he did something on the defense side. Well, Larry Fitzgerald did that shit too.
He's a football player, Jeff.
Good on him. I'm glad he made a tackle. I mean, maybe if Mac Jones would have watched him more, he wouldn't have got kicked in the face when he got run over after his dumbass interception throw and got run over. Gotcha, man. I mean, the thing is Josh Allen doesn't have to worry about tackling people, right? Because they get tackled.
And you look stats, Ben's top 5 in almost all the stats. So, I mean, he's top 5. He's got the rings.
Okay. And again, like I would sit there and argue until the day I die, is that we can sit there and everybody can say Tom Brady's the best quarterback of all time, and I'll never agree with them. I never will agree with them. I don't care how many Super Bowls he has. That's a good team accomplishment. The fact that every one of those 7 Super Bowls on all the teams he played on had a top 5 defense, every one of them. His kicker won a Super Bowl. His best Super Bowl was 500 yards, and he lost, right? The rest is nice to Brady. The comeback against Atlanta, 66 passes. You'd expect out of 66 passes a little bit more yards, but you know what's funny? They didn't get it. Good thing Julian Edelman caught that. We say David Tyree made a great catch for Eli Manning. Edelman made a great catch too. Good thing he saved Brady, but Brady willed that ball into his head where Eli just got lucky that Tyree has a helmet that's stuck. All that shit's argument. I mean, it's all silly to me. We can sit there and say Joe Montana's the best. I don't think he's the best. You had years where there was no free agency and no salary cap. It was the same team, and that's why they were able to do the same things over and over again. Joe Montana's great. I get it. Peyton Manning is the best quarterback to ever play the game. Leaps and bounds above Ben Roethlisberger and all the other average quarterbacks.
Manning is better than Roethlisberger, but Manning is not better than Brady. Manning in big games in the playoffs until he got over the hump. In the beginning of his career, similar.
But again, but you say that, and I love that, and it's fine. But here's the deal: you talk about over the hump. In those games that they didn't get over the hump, where was their defense at? And I say that because it's fine, because Brady doesn't have the and oh, by the way, Brady doesn't have the best stats in the playoffs. I mean, excuse me, not Brady. Manning doesn't have the best stats in the playoffs, and I can agree with that. But at the same time, and Brady's first Super Bowl win, he threw no touchdown passes throughout the entire playoffs. Their defense scored more touchdowns than their offense, or their passing quarterback, because they ran.
Tampa Bay took Graham Barton from Duke.
The best.
Oh wow. Wow, look at that, Eric. Your guy fell down 6 more spots.
Well, I knew
That's
they
interesting.
needed a center because Jason Lick retired, or what's his guy's name?
No, not like
Mangold, not Mangold.
the guy who's just Jensen.
Yeah, I knew they needed a center.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's crazy to me. What's that?
I was gonna say you mentioned Dak Prescott as an MVP candidate earlier because of how his team performed after he got hurt.
Yeah.
I made the same argument for Peyton Manning in 2011, where the Colts went from I think 12-4, maybe 10-6 the year before, and he missed the entire season. They were 1-15, so not only
15.
shows you how important he was to their team, but it also put that team in a position then to be able to draft Andrew Luck.
Yep.
Right.
As Manning left the organization.
I think that was part Manning getting hurt and part, hey, you guys just really suck because we don't want to win.
That doesn't happen either. There's no
I know. I'm kidding.
tanking for Tua. That doesn't happen in the NFL. Those guys don't want to lose.
So now where do the Cardinals go? Their pick is in.
Kool-Aid.
Now, if the guys that are still there and they're going cornerback, they're going to go Cooper DeJean.
Hey, who did they get? Oh, they got Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be crazy? Wouldn't it be crazy if they got Worthy?
No, they won't do that.
It wouldn't be crazy.
And why wouldn't they do that? They have no receivers. That would be perfect.
Who's the safety for Buda Baker? They got Buda Baker. They don't need Cooper DeJean.
Oh, Darius Robinson.
Oh, shit.
Here you go, Christina.
Cooper DeJean going to the Buffalo Bills.
I really hope not. I really don't want him. I don't know. I hate drafting defense in the first round because no matter what, you need weapons for Josh. He's the engine.
Why are you sounding so dejected and they haven't even touched?
Because I know Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott. That's the problem. I'm surprised they don't come up and draft friggin' Noah Gray, third round linebacker.
They drafted Josh Allen. They drafted Josh Allen.
Because they lost the best linebacker based on Eric's favorite gospel of PFF stats and Terrell Dodson. The highest rated linebacker by PFF was Terrell Dodson.
And he's what, like 87th?
Huh?
What was he, like 87 out of the best?
Yeah, he was the highest graded linebacker. According to PFF.
I know, but in the first round, you take the best player available.
At this stage, yeah. I agree.
Especially for not moving up when all that hype was out there.
I didn't think we would move up because we don't have the ammo to move up. Like I said, I think they're doing it for next year. They got rid of all their cap space this year. They got rid of everything. That'd be awesome if it said Buffalo trades with San Francisco. Buffalo receives Brandon Ayuk and San Francisco's pick 31.
Yeah, they would get a first round pick and Ayuk.
I know. I'm kidding, dumbass.
Yeah, but let's be realistic with what they get.
I know. Brandon Ayuk in their second.
So who is like the best guy on the board, the best player? Is it DeJean?
According to ESPN, it is best available.
Okay.
But you got Wiggins and Kool-Aid and right there behind him.
Yeah.
Same position. I could see it being any of those three.
Xavier Worthy's on the board.
Yeah. Adonai Mitchell's on the board. Xavier Leggett's on the board.
The dude from Florida's on the board, Coleman.
Lad McConkey's on the board.
Yeah, if McConkey shouldn't even be a conversation.
No.
Not in the first round.
Well, I'm just saying.
Back in 88.
He gets Marvin Harrison tonight with the floor.
And not for the Bills and what their need is at that position. He's a slot guy, I think.
Yep.
Isn't
He is. Yep, that's exactly what he is.
What does it mean to share this night with your hometown?
Man, all the entire first round's already done.
Oh, Buffalo traded their pick. Buffalo traded their pick.
No!
To Kansas City.
Oh,
holy shit.
No, they didn't. Yes, they did, dipshit. Yes, they did.
Oh my god. I have like a splitting headache and I just want to go to bed.
You're really going to be all the way to the end. It figures on this draft on this year that we're going to sit here.
Kansas City's taking Xavier Worthy.
Adonde Mitchell.
Kansas City.
Yeah, they're taking a wide receiver.
They're taking Xavier Worthy.
Well, that means you guys obviously are building for the future.
Yeah, why the fuck would you do that? Why would you trade?
Real quick, and just do me a favor. It's obvious we're building for the future by trading two, because it's 2 picks. It's going to be we flopped them and we got nothing. We got an extra pick.
We just traded Kansas City another Hall of Famer, and they're going to get a Hall of Fame wide receiver, and we're going to end up with fucking
EJ Manuel.
We're going to end up with Tyler Nubin, the safety from fucking.
And I'm going to tell you what what really pisses me off. I'm exhausted. Like I'm really tired. So what I was going to do is when Buffalo made a pick, I was going to say, I hate that pick, and then I was going to go to bed. Now I got to wait for one more pick. It's some bullshit.
I think Christina was planning on doing the same thing.
Oh my god, my head's pounding. It's
I
terrible.
know, Eric. You talk too much, man. You're giving Christina a headache.
Yeah.
God dang.
You know, the one thing I have to say is Christina's been the quietest. Bob's been the second. Eric's been the third. It's been Dave and Jeff who've taken the oxygen out of this room.
Well, I'm not really taking the oxygen out of the room because we're not in the same room. I might be,
There's
sending
no
a
need to
virus.
state the obvious, Jeff.
Okay.
What did they give up their 3rd round pick?
I don't know. I don't see what they gave up. I just see that they traded him.
Oh my god, my head.
My head.
Dude.
Oh my God, because you're still going to get Cooper if you move back.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, Dallas ain't going to take him.
Cool.
Dallas is next. They're not going to take him. The Baltimore after that's not going to take him. San Francisco isn't going to take him. You're going to get Cooper by dropping back. And, the Texans are probably going to either pick Worthy or Mitchell.
They got Buffalo got 32, 95, and 221.
Yeah, not bad.
What is it?
Buffalo got Kansas City got 28, 133, and 248. Buffalo got 32, 95, and 221. So Buffalo got into the 3rd round.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, see, Eric, that obviously says they're building for the future. It's an equal trade. We got a 3rd round pick where we didn't, and we gave away one of our 5th.
No, we got a 3rd round pick.
We got a 3rd round pick, and we gave up a 5th. I mean,
of which we had several.
Exactly. I don't think it's building for the future. I mean, it's we have a 3rd round pick.
That's a good trade. I would take that any day.
It's a good. I do agree. I'm Josh.
I think the Bills are taking a receiver here then.
But
no. They're still on cornerback. I still see a cornerback here.
No.
I see a safety. I see DeJean.
He's not.
Deshaun, whatever the fuck you want to say. I wish KD was on here because he could correct my pronunciation of most of these
Cooper
names.
DeJean.
Have the Ravens, do they have a 1st round pick? Did they pick yet?
No, they pick after
30.
Dallas.
It's 30.
They're the 30th pick.
Yeah, KD has them taken. KD has them taken Adonai Mitchell.
Donde Mitchell.
No, because who are you saving, David? The W guy, the wide receiver?
Donde Mitchell.
That doesn't start with a fucking W.
Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
That's where Kansas City's going, I think.
Okay, if they do that, then Baltimore's going Mitchell.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what Katie had.
Yep.
I know, but I think I don't think.
Let me ask a question real quick. How in the hell do you trade with the team that consistently beats you in the playoff to get a player that they want to get so they can beat you in the I don't understand. Like this shit right here, like that's the Bills are dumb to me.
Here, Tyler says this. They go Nate Wiggins because they lost with
Jeff,
Jerry
let me answer that question. It's because Big Baller Bean is running the team, and he is not very good. I've been telling you.
Yeah, I disagree with that shit based on the fact that, again, we've been consistently, but we didn't win. I get it because we didn't win a Super Bowl. Okay, well, we've consistently been better than 95% of the league every year.
Did Brandon Bean pick Kenny Pickett out of desperation? Does he pick players out of desperation? No, he don't.
Pickett trade
He doesn't pick players out of desperation.
That guy retired, so he's no longer our GM.
But he was.
He needed to. I mean, he should have jumped off a bridge with that bullshit pick. But then again, we watched him pick Duck Dynasty and the dude who just left to go to Tennessee to back up whoever. What's his name? Mason Rudolph.
Your GM picked you just to be 9-8 or 8-7 or 9-7, whatever.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is when I look at teams like the Yankees and teams that are consistently good, you don't trade with the teams that are able to beat you. It'd be like the Steelers and the Ravens trading, and I don't care that that's in the same division. It's still, it's like Denver. It's like New England and Indianapolis trading at any point.
Worthy.
Xavier Worthy.
That makes sense. Way to go. Patrick Mahomes has to be happy.
So if the Bills were willing to trade with Kansas City for this, do you think they're going to go corner now over wide receiver? Because if they really wanted a wide receiver,
yeah, exactly. That's why I think they're defensive back here.
Right. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. And I think Kansas City's going to have this guy fly in tomorrow to meet the team, see the facilities, and they're going to take his driver's license away from him.
Yeah, no shit.
He's going to be like Juju on the bike. He's going to ride his bike everywhere.
There you go.
Wow. So now we got Dallas on the clock, right?
Dallas
and
is on
the
the
pick
clock.
is in.
It is a wide receiver.
Probably Mitchell at this point. Or Thomas Jr.
I think Coleman from Florida State is someone that no one's really looking at. I think he's really good.
Devontae Walker.
I don't think the Dallas. I don't think he's projected to go until the late second, early third. But even at that, I don't know. Buffalo liked him. Maybe that's who they traded because they knew they were going for Worthy.
Maybe Buffalo goes Devondre Sweat, defensive tackle.
I mean, he's fallen far as shit. I mean, when you think about it,
well, when
DUI.
When you get a DUI, that does that to you.
Well,
yeah, no, I got you.
To be honest with you, that's I think in late bad weather games, not a bad pick.
Yeah.
I mean, what wins
that?
the game? Stopping the run?
And no offense, but this guy got the DUI. He was just sitting at a light and someone rear-ended him. It wasn't like he was driving and he hit somebody.
How did he get to the residence? He drove.
No, still, I mean, God, who here hasn't had a couple too many and driven? Raise your hand.
I have, but I just got to my house and then I got out of my car.
Dad, he was just sitting on the light and he got rear-ended, so it wasn't like he was drinking and driving and he killed someone or did whatever.
He should have taken the key out of the ignition and said I wasn't driving. I was sitting here.
No, you can't lie. Anyway, sorry. So who does Dallas take here?
They're going all in the draft. James Brooks. They need a running back. Pick him at the end of the first round. Why not?
Pick old boy from Michigan.
Or Blake Corum. Yeah.
That's the only way. Listen, if they get a running back right here, it's the only way Najee Harris isn't going to be a Cowboy before the start of the season. If they pick a running back.
I think they go wide receiver.
We'll find out now who the Cowboys are going, if you will, all in on with this 29th overall selection.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle.
Oh,
Tyler Guyton.
Interesting.
You know what?
On
I
that.
think you got that one right too.
I had him going to San Francisco next.
You know the funny thing is, the funny thing about this trade is Buffalo would allow Stephon Diggs to go to any team except Kansas City, and then they trade Kansas City so Kansas City can take a wide receiver.
Yeah,
That wide receiver is not Stephon Diggs, by the way.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Sorry.
Think about all the offensive linemen that have come out of Oklahoma over the last 2 years. He can uproot defenders in the
it boggles my mind because I don't understand why they would ever trade with Kansas City for anything. Someone please make sense of that.
No, I can't.
I could try, but they won't like to hear it.
There's no explanation that makes it acceptable.
Now watch, Buffalo's going to trade out with Carolina for their second.
Oh God!
Wouldn't that be just piss you off?
You guys stayed up all night. Got to the end of the first round. Oh.
No, I think Ty hit it on the head in the chat.
Here, so I don't. It's only 8:30 here. We're not up all night, man. This is like prime time here.
I'm like way past my bedtime.
Me too.
You got to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I got to work at 5.
I got to go back to work when we're done with this. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Where do you work? Hey Bob,
Where do I
you
work? I work from home.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, but I got to log back in and finish stuff up because I just shut things down early for this.
So Baltimore, what do they need?
A linebacker, a
Wide
receiver.
Well, there ain't no wide receiver, or there ain't no linebacker first round, I don't think.
There hasn't been one yet.
I got Brian Thomas.
No. I think KD's right, and they go Adonai Mitchell.
Adonde.
No, it's Adonai. Where's the Adonde? Adonai. Where's the other D? It's Adonai Mitchell.
It's Adonai.
It's Adonai. It's not Adonde. It's Adonai Mitchell.
Damn, I'm wrong.
I've had a couple of drinks so far, so I'm going to agree with Eric.
You can. Probably because you see 2 Ds right now.
I only see double D's, baby.
It's Hebrew for Lord or Master.
Oh, she pulled the Jew card on me.
Yeah.
Shalom. Nice one, Christina.
Yeah, I'm here all night.
That's what she's here for. She's here to drop those definitions.
Of course she's here all night. The Bills keep trading back.
I know.
I'll be sitting here waiting.
If they trade again, well, I mean, it's over in 2 more picks anyway, but I'm like, I got to go to bed. I'm like dying.
It's that filet mignon. What did you have with it?
I had steamed broccoli.
Oh, I was gonna guess grilled asparagus, but I was close. Okay,
No, we went to Longhorn, so
I don't know what that is.
Longhorn Steakhouse.
Okay,
It's a national chain.
You don't have one of those over there, Longhorn?
we might. I don't know. I don't go out to eat, man. I'm a world class cook.
Are you
Canada
really?
does not have any Longhorn
You're
steakhouses.
a world class cook for real, Bob?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm going to come over to eat.
I'm classically trained. What are you talking about?
I love food, Bob. I eat. So if you cook it, I will eat. I'll pay for it. I'll buy it.
If you cook it, I will eat it.
Yeah.
Well, next time you're out in Arizona, let's make that happen. We'll do something.
Oh, no doubt. I would love it.
Let's all get together, and Bob and I can do an Iron Chef.
Nate Wiggins.
Well, you guys can do your chopped. You guys can do. We'll make a basket, and you guys have to make us a meal.
I've done. Dude, that used to be my move when I was single. That I'd show up at like a girl's house, like she'd be expecting to go out to dinner. I'd be like, "Now let's go." I'd just go in their kitchen, start rummaging through stuff, and just find stuff and make something. Whatever they have in their fridge and
yeah, all right.
pantry,
We're gonna make classic ramen with the hollandaise sauce.
No, but I could gourmet that stuff up, man. I mean,
no, you can. That's what Nate Wiggins goes to Baltimore.
I said that. Are you just?
I know.
Are you just?
No, I just saw. I heard him. Did everybody make it out of the green room? Was he the last one in the green room?
I don't know.
I'm sure there's a couple more.
I think Aaron Rodgers is still sitting in there.
Yeah. Well, I think whoever was sitting there that wasn't named Bo Nix is still sitting there. I was freaking like, what the hell? Or Michael Penix, not Bo Nix, Michael Penix.
It's funny when they were showing the Nate Wiggins highlights, they showed him defending against Tez Walker, but it wasn't a defense. I mean, he interfered with him, but they didn't show where Tez Walker beat him for a touchdown either. So that's pretty funny.
I'm glad you brought his name up. I'll be getting him in the 3rd round, Jeff.
If he lasts the 3rd, I don't think he's going to go to the 3rd. I think he'll be a later 2nd, mid to late 2nd. I don't think he'll make it to the 3rd.
We might take him at 51. We'll see. Depends on if Zach Frazier's there.
Yeah, or if you finally get a center because you let one go.
Yeah, well, it's good.
I wonder if the Bills draft. I wonder if the Bills draft Jackson Powers Johnson. They need a center.
Hey, I wonder if they do. You'll be right finally.
No, I mean I'm just saying they do have needs.
Yeah.
Casey took the receiver that Buffalo was told that they were going to take, the Texas kid.
To be fair, Jeff, Dan Moore Jr. was just as bad, and so the picking a tackle and having two strong tackles. To be honest with you, when we coach teams, our best 2 linemen are tackles, and so
yeah, I got you.
I mean, ideally, it's one of the most important positions on the line. But
yeah, I just wish Buffalo could play you so DaQuan Jones. I mean, he could just kill your quarterbacks up the middle because your center sucks. I wish that we played you, but we won't because you won't make the playoffs.
Well, just remember, and we will, and when we do, and Tez Walker scores, you and I are going to hug on the 50-yard line, and we are going to sing Kumbaya, and we are going to go then and share a hoagie down by the river.
You know, in a van down by the river.
The van down by the river.
Hey, listen, I'm not sure if when you're thinking about every time, like when you talk like that, I just keep thinking President Ben Roethlisberger's fan club, Selena, no, and it's like there's all this like gory stuff happens when you talk like that. I'm like, oh Jesus, this guy's going.
I just know your family's a big time Steelers fan, and so ideally,
my family is not a big time Steelers fan. My wife likes the Steelers because she liked Antonio Brown because she thought he was cute. Then she's not a Steelers fan. I took her to a Steelers game. She's been to 2 Steelers games. One that she went to in London with her friends, and one I took her to in Buffalo, which, by the way, did not go well for me. That game, the last Steelers game, I'm not sure if you saw her there because she didn't want to go, and it's because she doesn't really care. But that's the only Steelers fan that I have in my family, so.
Your daughter has a 4-year. You shared it with me. She has.
No, I did. My wife's friends that made her Steelers friends, or her godparents, they bought a Steelers shirt for my daughter. They did. She has it. but she doesn't wear it because I won't let her. She put it on at nighttime to go to bed, and I took a picture of it and sent it to you, right? But I made her take it off, and now guess what? But you know what? I gotta be honest with you. My one daughter was like, I want to wear a Chiefs shirt, and I was like, because my neighbor loves the Chiefs, and I was like, listen. There is no liking any other shirt besides the Bills shirt you got. Wear that to sleep, to eat, to drink. I don't care. You're not wearing anything else. All that being said, if you want to wear the 4-year-old shirt, I'll send it to you. It'll fit. I'm just teasing. Hey, so the second and third round is tomorrow. Is that? And then what's that?
Yeah, second, third tomorrow. The 4, 5, 6, 7.
Wide receiver. One of the receivers is gone.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick, David? You didn't say a shit. Like for like 5 minutes, you were quiet. I asked a question. Sean started asking, and all of a sudden you started yapping
I didn't
about
hear the question.
Well, of course you didn't. Sean, what were you saying, please?
Like you look at some of the teams early.
With you guys, it's so tough. I don't remember.
You don't remember what? The question?
My answer, nor your question.
Oh, what is tomorrow? The second and third round?
Tomorrow's second and third, and then Saturday is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Second overall.
Oh, so Saturday's all day. All the draft will be done Saturday. Okay.
Yeah.
What comes out of the San Francisco draft room anyway.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
Well, with San Francisco, I was looking at two things with them. It was defensive tackle. And
Well, I got 7 out of 32 correct, unless Cooper DeJean goes to Buffalo. Then I got 8.
I got 16 right. I picked them as they went.
Still there.
Oh, nice.
I'm looking at all the wide receivers. Adonai Mitchell.
Sean David's going to beat you, just so you know, because that's what he does.
I feel bad for Christina because she looks really tired. And
I'm tired too. I'm with you, Christina. I'm ready to go to bed, man.
I would feel really bad for you guys if they get to
I just appreciate you hanging out with us and putting up with us more so than hanging out with us.
No, that's all right. You're a lot more fun than me just sitting here watching this by myself.
I think this is going to be Newton, the kid from Illinois.
Yeah, one of them.
Ayuk's going.
Yeah, somebody's getting traded.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Pearsall went before Coleman?
Before
who?
who?
Is that projected?
Or before Thomas Jr.?
No,
I'm talking because Coleman and Pearsall, they play on the same team. They're both. Oh no, I'm wrong. That's Florida Gators. I'm sorry, but Pearsall is not better than Coleman. That's crazy.
Coleman can't get separation. That's his problem.
Well, this guy got separation on a screen.
Well, Brandon Ayuk's getting traded.
Yeah, he's getting traded. I am going to be refreshing Twitter every half hour tomorrow.
I told you, Buffalo traded with Carolina.
All night. Bro.
So what Buffalo is doing is getting draft picks, not to get younger, to trade for Ayuk. Yeah,
they're trading for Brandon Ayuk.
They are.
The San Francisco 49ers will have pick number 1 in the second round.
If they get Ayuk, that will be monumental.
What about Higgins?
Oh,
What about Higgins? Why do we think it's IU?
Because
I don't think Higgins or Ayuk are. They're good. I
don't know.
They're number one.
Here goes Adonai Mitchell.
What's he saying?
So they traded up one spot. What the hell? For what?
I don't get this. I don't understand.
Buffalo is loading up on picks because now they have 2 seconds, a third, 2 fourths, 3 fifths. They're going to make a trade. They're going to trade for a wide receiver. They're not going to pick. They're trading for one of the wide receivers available.
Well, being from the Buffalo area, Christina, you probably got to get used to a whiskey dick, and I think that's what the Bills just did to you.
Oh, I gotta say I'm used to it.
Sorry, but I got 7 out of 32.
Why? If Buffalo has a chance, never mind. I just why not take one of these young wide receivers on a rookie contract?
Because
you're not rebuilding. You're not rebuilding. You're just adding to your arsenal.
You're replacing. And I wouldn't doubt that they back out of the number 1 pick tomorrow.
Nope, I think they trade it. I think they trade it to San Francisco because you're still going to have. If you want to get another wide receiver, you got 4 more rounds after that to do it.
So they have the Bills have the first pick tomorrow.
Yep.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew when they went back.
They're not getting Ayuk. They don't have the money. They've got $4 million in cap space.
Hey Josh, I need you to do something.
They're not.
They're not what?
They're not going to do what? I don't think he's. Why would he go and restructure his? He's already restructured his contract, has he not?
No,
he do it twice in the same offseason?
He didn't restructure this offseason. They didn't touch Josh's contract this offseason.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
I think they did.
They did.
You're going to have to cut somebody because that's what happens when you kick the can down the road.
Unless you trade somebody. Yeah, well,
you're going to have to trade somebody, which is why I would not have signed.
They wouldn't have to trade somebody.
They're going to trade Josh.
They can do the deal. Yeah, I'm with y'all.
I'm telling you, this tonight was like watching an entire porno and then my internet going down right before the
Oh my God.
And I got to tell you, Bob, that sounds about right. That's exactly kind of, I mean, now that you say it, I mean, I was thinking of a different way, like watching, there's some dumbass movies that I've watched recently that the ending just sucks. And you're like, why did I waste life? But that's it, even, I'm with you.
5 hours.
If the Eagles can give everybody supermax deals, we can pay them. You know what? All you have to do is you trade him and you renegotiate his contract and you give him a big signing bonus. That's all you got to do.
The salary cap is fictitious. Here's that conversation again, right? The salary cap's fictitious, right?
It is.
All right, friends, I'm out.
All right.
All right, Miss Christina.
Pleasure seeing you.
Thank you for coming. Sorry you have a headache.
It's all right.
Yep. I hope your head feels better. I got to go. Bob, good to see you. Sean, Eric,
good seeing
Dave,
you guys.
all of you. Christina, good to see you.
Thanks
again.
for having me.
I'm here till the end.
Always come. You can always come back, Bob. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, Jeff.
Later, guys.
Good night, Jeff. Good night, Christina.
Good
Good night.
Xavier Leggett goes to Carolina.
What? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to bed too. I got to get up at 5 a.m. See you guys.
All right, Eric.
All right, you guys have a good night. I'm gonna grab dinner and then go to bed.
Yeah.
Good show, man.
Xavier Leggett. Wow. Yeah, I guess I'm going to eat some pizza and then I'm going to go to bed because I have to get up I'll be at work at 5.
Well, there you go, man. All right. Well, I will talk to you probably over the weekend. And
oh yeah. Yep. All right, brother. Sounds good. You have a good one, bro. Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I forget we're live. People are still watching. Hey, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. I know it was uneventful for Buffalo, but it was an eventful draft. Y'all be good. Thank you. We'll update the draft as it goes through the weekend. Have a good night.
like, share, subscribe.